stuck in space, so you're trying to get to the MSC race. One man has all the clues to help you solve your blues. EJ is his name, and rockets are his game. Bolder than any man, crazy creations are his plan. Cities, Kerbal, and workers, they all are at his command. Oh God, that's all I can think of. Chat bothers him all day and night, but Eej always puts up a fight. Weird impressions, internet memes, EA is always so extreme. I'm not a good songwriter, as you can. Turbo stuck in space, well, you're trying to get to the MSC race. One man has all the clues to help you solve your blues. EJ is his name, and rockets are his game. Bolder than any man, crazy creations are his plan. Cities, Kerbal, and workers, they all are at his command. I don't know if that's all I can think of. Chat bothers him all day and night, but Eej always puts up a fight. Weird impressions, internet memes, EA's always so extreme. I'm not a good songwriter, as you can hear. Stands a hero strong and brave, Commissar EJ, the mighty man. Our republic he will save. Through the flames he leads the way, fighting fires with great might. With the people's love he'll stay, turning darkness into light. Champion of Pakistan, in debt and heat you'll go so far. Our courage bound by your strong hand. In the fields and factories wide, your spirit lifts us high. With your power we can fight, together we shall rise. Storms of fiery wrath, you ward off every threat. With you, Jay, we'll clear the path and free our land from debt. For the people you stand tall, defender of our land. With you we'll never fall. In Pakistan. Stands a hero strong and brave, Commissar EJ, the mighty man. Our republic he will save. Through the flames he leads the way, fighting fires with great might. With the people's love he'll stay, turning darkness into light. Courage bound by your strong hand. In the fields and your power we confide. Together we shall rise, braving storms of fiery wrath. You ward off every threat. With EJ we'll clear the path and free our land from debt.
Going on, everybody? Welcome to part 30 of the crew cab charger. It's been a little bit since we've been out in the shop. Been a hot minute, as the kids actually. I don't think that's right. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. Who knows? What's the temperature in the shop? It poured last night, so after the stream ended, we had a ridiculous thunderstorm come through, and yeah, it's actually cooler in here today. It's only it's 74 inside, 70 outside. It still is a little bit hotter, but that's okay. So we're gonna pick up basically right where we left off. We were having trouble we're having trouble mocking up the rear cross member. I'll get more into that. EJ, is that you? We got the master plan. Yeah. Tell everyone the good news. Christian Horner got fired. I'm also having an argument with Jack on Twitter. I proclaim that July 9th will hereafter be known as Transfer Tube Day. Say it with me, Jack. Tank tuber. EJ, it's a transfer tube for Jeb's sake. You should call it that. Pad B. That's funny to me. People are just like, yeah, EJ. Yeah, I think that's funny. Pad B. Okay, oh no, you're not supposed to agree with me, man. Damn. Oh, shoot. That's pretty funny. Actually, hold on. Let me go down here. Profile. Did you guys see this? SpaceX just posted this, and I want to go and work on the car here in a second, but SpaceX posted this a half hour ago as of 12:23 p.m. Yo, dog, we heard you like tanks, so we put a fuel tank in your oxidizer tank so you can land while you fly.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hello. Amazing, what's going on? The question is, was Horner fired to keep Max or because he lost Max? I don't know, dude. I don't know. I haven't really been keeping up with Formula One. I still think it's funny, though. Bro. Wait a minute. Eee, that's nice. And because of that, Max to Ferrari, just to screw with you. Yeah, that would be quite strange. Is it being installed or is it on top of the common dome here? I'm really confused by this picture. The season has been really good. Well, there's no doubt in my mind, but dude, look at the bellows on that damn thing. That's ridiculous. That is some beefy flexy. That's some beefy flexy hose, man. Yeah, man. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. There's a hole down there and they're gonna put it through. Pretty crazy. Also, can we just acknowledge that there's just a booster that's been into space, just chilling over here? You could see the marks from where it landed on the chopstick bumpers. You think that this shop has HVAC? No. I know that Mega Bay 2 does. I don't know if this one is climate controlled. It might be. I'd have to look at the other pictures. Hold on. Jack is crap posting back to me, which is really funny. Do you see any vents or anything up there? There should be. You should be seeing ducting somewhere up there if there was HVAC. I don't think there is. I don't see any. I think it's just an enclosed structure. It's quite actually my shop. My shop is like this. It's just. Actually, I don't even think that's insulated. It's Pat Little Billy Bob, and you just made it very angry. Hang on. Your shop is 150 feet tall. No, no, maybe 150 centimeters. No, it's not 150 centimeters. I don't know. I got 20-foot ceilings. That's it. We'll just use the same unit. Yeah, so that is the header tank and transfer tube for version 3 Super Heavy. Installing the redesigned fuel transfer tube into the first generation, it's the Block 3 booster. Roughly the same size as the first stage of a Falcon 9, the new transfer tube is responsible for channeling cryogenic fuel from Super Heavy's main tank to its 33 Raptor engines and will enable faster, more reliable flip maneuvers and the ability for simultaneous engine startup. Look at the baffling and stuff that they have on this thing. That's crazy. Crazy. So that's a fuel tank inside of the oxidizer tank. It's a baffled tube. I'll bet you it's baffled on the inside and on the outside. Yeah, that's... And it's funny that SpaceX mentioned it. I was looking at that thing and I was estimating that it's about the size of a Falcon 9 first stage. It absolutely is the size of a Falcon 9 first stage. That's the transfer. So that's the SpaceX calls it the transfer tube. I call it the down tuber. But transfer tube is probably the right way to say it. But don't tell Jack that. This thing goes inside of the bottom, the oxidizer tank of a Super Heavy. And what that does is on a Super Heavy booster, the oxidizer tank is down low and the methane tank is up high. What this does is it basically is the transfer structure for bringing the fuel from the methane tank down to the 33 engines that are down at the bottom. This, on older boosters, this was a pipe that was about this big. Maybe the size of a basketball. That thing is as wide and as tall as a Falcon 9 first stage. So this transfer line went from being like maybe a half-meter wide to 3.6 meters wide. That's probably to get more reliable restarts for the engines. I mean, that's what they said in the post. It's a baffle for the fuel tank, basically. Did they weld all those pieces horizontally? It's possible. I mean, they moved it out horizontally, so they probably had to. I don't think Star Factory is tall enough. More reliable like the V2 ship. I mean, this isn't a ship part though, Julia. This is part of the booster. But I get the joke. But I'm gonna try to turn it into a learning moment. Wait, let me see something. I'm curious. Let me see the bottom of this thing. Interesting. There's no flexi joint down the bottom, but there's big old flexi joints up at the top. SpaceX is learning. They're learning. Oh, nice, Clayton. There you go. Yep. So how much volume in liquid oxygen did they lose? See, that, Hellfish, that's really my question. What, yeah, why aren't you gonna have to make the LOX tank taller? But here's the thing. You look at the shot of a Block 3 booster next to a Block 2 booster, and it looks like the common dome is about the same, if not lower. It's very weird. Is it skinnier? No, that's just the camera. This camera, this picture has been screwed with. They cranked the high dynamic range. That's why it's not dark where the steps are over there. But the lighting doesn't look right on the stairs. Fuel mixture change for V3? It's possible, Akimi, right? Yeah, it's very possible. You have to take into account that there isn't an aft section on this yet. An aft section, Banta? What do you mean? Like, oh, oh, I see what you're saying. So we can't really just, the same height here doesn't really make a difference if it doesn't have its thrust structure on there. I get you. Don't forget that they had a large CH4 header tank at the bottom of the LOX tank. Well, the old CH4 tank was about this big. The old header tank on the old booster design. On like this thing over here. I'm not sure which one that is. That has flown, though. It still has the marks on where it was caught with the chopstick. You can see them over there. How tall are these boosters? 220 feet tall. About 30 feet wide. Wait, they're no joke. Starship's no joke, man. These are big. 30 feet. The booster's 22 stories tall. About as tall as your mom. Oh! It's slightly taller. The oxidizer tank is bigger. Yeah, I was gonna say, with this type of transfer tube design, or downcomer or down tube or whatever you're gonna call it, your methane tank is going to be less rings, but your oxidizer tank, because your methane is now displacing it, the oxidizer tank is going to appear to be taller in this design. Because, well, it's because of fluid displacement, because of Archimedes' principle. It's crazy that like when was Archimedes? Hang on, I gotta remember antiquity here for a second. Yeah, 2,000 years old. A 2,000-year-old water displacement theory that a guy thought up that long ago is being used for rockets. I mean, for something that flies to the heavens. That's pretty cool, man. I mean, not that other rockets don't do that, but yeah, I mean, it's just displacement. You displace the volume of your LOX tank by replacing it with methane tank. So now your LOX tank is going to have to be a couple of rings taller to make up for the fluid displacement here. And coincidentally, the methane tank will be shorter. So on these new V3 boosters, see where these ridges are right there? That is actually going to appear to be like up here somewhere on a V3 booster. The methane tank will look a lot smaller on these boosters if I'm looking at this correctly. About as old as your mom. Hey, she's a nice lady. I don't think they're changing stoichiometry, to be honest, dudes. I don't think they're doing that. But yeah, still really cool. SpaceX just posted those pictures. I thought you guys might want to see them. We'll discuss more during Space News. And this prompted this post by me. Yo, dog, we heard you like tanks, so we put a fuel tank in your oxidizer tank so you can land while you fly. And Jack says, we put a fuel tank in your tiny oxidizer tank and your giant oxidizer tank below your main fuel tank. And then I replied with exhibit. It's an old joke. But if you get it, good for you. There must be a methane tube inside that tube. I don't think there is, dude. It's a classic one. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was 2004. That's actually from 2002. But, you know. Hey, Grim. Good morning. It's an elder code, sir, but it checks out. I was about to clear them. No, leave the memes to me. I would deal with it myself. Christian Horner got fired from Red Bull, by the way. That's pretty funny. That's, pretty good. Dead Bull. All right. Shall we go out? Shall we go out to the shop? Let's get going. I was never a fan of Red Bull. Yeah, neither was I. Yeah, I'm just here for the comments. I'm just here for the comments, man. Get my popcorn. Hang on, I got one more message. Red Bull got you shiny bracelets, not wings. I'm not a fan of Red Bull either. Ghost all the way. I'd just take my coffee. All right, so let's see. Does the shop camera work? Hey! Can you see the solar field near Starbase when you're there? Solar field? That's long gone, dude. There's houses there now. There's no solar farm anymore. Nor tracking stations. SpaceX built houses there instead. All right. Let's get out to the shop and we'll go from there. Stand by for loss of signal from the office as expected. Okay. Do we have audio? Yeah, we're in sync. I gotta get the chats popped out here. Coder had a 42-month resub in there. Thank you very much, man. Yeah, got audio. Still sounds good. I did a thing. Yeah, I haven't changed anything, dude. I left this exactly as we left it the other day. Synced for now. Yep. Yep. Okay. I'm gonna get the fan. It's a little bit hotter out here than in the office. Let me grab that and we'll go from there. It is nice in here today, though. We had a huge thunderstorm last night, and it was actually pretty sick. It was like the thunderstorms in my summer car, which we are going to be playing in a little bit later tonight. Yeah, those it was the rumble of the thunder, man. Pretty cool.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Goat at throttle up, Discovery. Come on, baby. There we go. Hey, Brandster. What's going on? Will we get Matrix Cam today? I actually have the filter off. The filter is right here. So, no, I don't think so. It kind of fell over while I was gone. I have to fix it. All right, so where did we leave off? I think the last thing that we were working on was making sure that everything back here is all nice and kind of, is this camera frame rate stuttering? Hold on. It's a little choppy. Give me a second. There we go. Much better. Yeah, that camera, I don't know, you just press the power button and it does it right. It's very weird. I'm going to move the fan up and over here. Move it back here a little ways. It might buffet the mic a little bit, dudes, and I'm sorry about that. But yeah. The audio is not synced when we went to the camera. Oh yeah. All right. Is it still synced on this camera though?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Widget. No, totally desynced. All right. I really wish I could figure out what the heck's going on with that, but how about now? Good? Better? All right, cool. All right, so yeah, that camera just took a huge stutter, but whatever. Okay, I have done some work on the car. I didn't really get to work on it too much over vacation, which kind of sucks, but what are you gonna do? Clap for me, streamer man. Temporarily synced. Why you gotta do me like that, man? Catching strays. Okay, we were trying to get everything back here aligned. I did do some finagling back here, trying to get everything in line, and I did get some work done. The other work that I got done here is I got the crossmember off of the rear fascia. So this is the back of the car. There was a piece right here, right? You could see where the 3 brackets were aligned to it, and I drilled out all the spot welds there. Every one of those holes is a spot weld that I drilled out on the bottom of this thing so we could eventually put it back on. But I did notice that there is a lot of caca down the bottom of this piece. See all the pinholes here and then over there. That could be a little bit difficult to fix. Also, the support is gone and there's a gigantic hole in this thing right there. And then over here as well, see the inside? That's where all the water pooled in the damn trunk. See all the pitting on the bottom? Right here. See all that? See all the scaliness? This This piece might not be fixable, guys. I mean, well, let me put it that way. I'm not sure I'm a good enough fabricator to fix some of this stuff. I might need to buy a new one, but we'll figure that one out. Just got in. Hopefully you had a great vacation. Yeah, it was all right. I didn't really get much time to work on the car, which really sucks, but good Mars landing terrain. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I can fix the pitting down there, I suppose. I could probably get it done. What I'm really worried about, and why I think this is a little bit out of my wheelhouse, so to speak, is because this is 24 gauge sheet metal. It's really, really thin compared to the frame rails. We're working with 16 gauge on the frame rails, so thicker. I'm not sure I'm good enough to be able to handle welding something like this. It's really easy to blow through. And there's a lot of stuff that needs to be patched. The outside of this is just completely shot. This should be a flat edge. Like how it looked from the factory is there shouldn't be any holes below my hand. And there's plenty of holes below my hand there. You can buy this piece. You can buy it. Don't nobody do any tips. I want to try to fix this one. I'll try to fix it. If we can fix it and make it not look like dookie, we'll use it. But some of this is some really complex, well, it's more complicated than the frame rail edges. Let me put it that way. So, replace it and save the nightmares. Yeah, Gwen, we could. I don't want to ship a Theseus this car, though. You know, we could easily say that, just replace everything. And you guys have budgeted accordingly to do that, just in case. But I think I want the practice. I'm going to try to fix this piece first, okay? I have 24 gauge. It's over there. It's in my metal supply area, which is just a fancy word for the desk. Yeah, this, let me put my phone down. This, I want the practice to try and fix this thing. That's what I think I'm going to do. And that's fine. I think you just pick your battles. Well, if I wanted to pick my battle, Gwen, we wouldn't have restored this car if we were being logical about it. This car's not worth it. It's not worth restoring. I'm doing it because I want to gather. I want the welding time.
Discovery.
I want the practice. So, hey, Neanix, 20-month resub. Thank you. I want the practice with this. So, I will attempt to repair it, but we might end up buying a new one, which sucks because these are expensive. But it's okay. You guys have budgeted more than enough for this project. I could replace every panel on the car and not be in the hole because you guys like this content, apparently. So, that is the work that I did get done. I got the old cross member off of that thing. Do you guys want to see it? It's a little, that's the old cross member. This is what was left of the trunk when we cut it out. This cross member should go to about here. Yeah, it should go to about here. And then on this side, it should go to about here. If you look, if we switch to the Vivitar, right? And I put this basically in the same spot, take a look. That's where this goes. Do you see this black piece right here? That's how long it should be. Yeah, we're missing a couple of pieces. We're missing a couple of pieces. Most of the pieces of this is in my trash can over there, and some of it is probably in the shop vac. This thing was thrashed, totally gone. Nothing on this is savable. Nothing. This is straight scrap metal. Actually, it's not even metal. It's iron oxide. That's rust. Yeah, that's this piece. That's what this piece looks like new, which is bananas to me. No, I had a respirator on when we took that off, so That is now a practice piece. Anyone else get video not aligning with sound? Chilled, refresh the stream, because it seems synced on my end. I can see the audio channels on OBS. Yeah, there's no fixing that thing. Yeah. Even the bumper brackets. The bumper brackets on the original car are 1/8 inch steel, and they were rusted through. Hey, Blued Man, what's up, dude? Yeah, good to see you again, yeah. We continuing on the car. Yeah, man. Yep. Yes, we are. It's synced. Cool, cool, cool. Let me put my phone on the charger so it doesn't run out of batteries, and we will go from there. All right. So yeah, that's where we're at. Let me switch to the close-up camera. This is where we left off. We were
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We were Discovery going at throttling upping. Yeah, we were getting this piece aligned. As you can see, I have 2 levels here. One is on the leaf spring perches back here, and the other one is on the cross member. And the last thing we did was we figured out that this bracket back here was bent. It came bent from where I bought it from. Now that isn't a mark, like, as much as I want to say it's their fault, it's not really. That's just, the piece is within tolerance. It just makes my life a little bit harder. There's this back bracket right here. I'm not sure how well you guys can see it. Is just a smidge off. The problem is that I'm aligning to this bracket that's just a smidge off, and have to take into account that the bracket was not installed correctly. It was bent. And that's just how it came. Now, once again, the tolerances on these cars are 1/16 of an inch tolerance. That's a lot. That's a lot of tolerance there. So it is within spec. It's just going to require more work to get everything to be nice and aligned here. Now, I have done some work on this. This is the other part of work that I did get done. Sync is off on your end too. All right. Hold on. Hey, can't see me? What's up, dude? Give me 1 second, guys. Dude, yeah. It's like we're dusting the cobwebs off the entire setup. Every time I switch to a camera, it gets all finicky. Are we good now? Working remotely with many Teams meetings nowadays. Won't be commentating nearly as much. Wanted you to know I'm not gone, just lurking. Yeah, I got you. Cool. Cool. Hey, King Kitten, did you see back to the beginning? There was some pretty good PA systems happening in that concert. That was pretty cool. When was the last time you blew out that PC? Last year, maybe? You want a fresh one? You want a fresh one? Good God, yeah, I had a few moments there. It was pretty sick, dude. All right, cool. We'll get back to work. Let me get back to explaining what we're doing here. So this bracket basically came from the factory kind of out of whack. If you look, if we go down here, knocked over my level, and you look right there, you see how the tab, this tab right here, you see how that's above this flat part? It is within tolerance, but it is a little bit above. That's not how that should be. This bracket, this plate right here, this whole piece is kind of, it's supposed to be like this, and it's bent downwards a little bit. You can tell because it's aligned over here, that's fine, but it's not aligned right there. This back plate, this piece where my finger is, look at my fingers, 4 stones. It's supposed to be up like that, and it's kind of down a little bit, and that's making it so it's hard to align the rear cross member. Now, if we go and look at the other side, see that? This is the left-hand leaf spring. That's how this should be. You see that tab down there? The tab for the bracket is on the side. It's not above this flange right here. It's down and over on the back side. It's not right there. It's not like sticking up. So this piece is right. That's how it should look. That's how the ones from the factory look. We go back over here and look at that piece. That is not aligned at all. And just to prove it, just so you guys know, I know that that's, like I said, the factory one. Believe it or not, the factory perch, even though it was rusty, we found a big hole in it and we eventually had to replace it. That's what it should look like. That's how I know that's what it should look like. See that flange right there? It's on the side. But if we look at the factory replacement, it ain't on the side. See, there's a little lip right there. So I've had to adjust. I have to adjust the whole rear cross member to make sure that that's nice and level, to take into account that that bracket, which should be up like this, is down. It's not that much. It's not that big of a deal. Now, I know what people are going to say. If you're not familiar with this, right? Like if you're not familiar with cars, I know what people are going to say. Dude, call them. Call the company that you got it from. That's their logo right there. It's AMD. It's Auto Metal Direct. Call them. Tell them it's not broke. It's broken and it's not going to work. Well, here's the thing. I've done that before with patch panels. Not necessarily with AMD. There's this thing. These are not original factory panels. They are a replica of the original factory panels. Okay? So what does that mean? So all these pieces were stamped from a tool and die kit that is not the original one that made the car. All this is stamped sheet metal. And the stampings for the tool and die and the stamping kit for this thing is long gone. That was gone 50 years ago. Because auto manufacturers back in the day, they just bought more tooling. You want to make a new quarter panel, you want to make a new style of a car, just buy another tool and die set. Whatever. And throw away the other ones so no one can copy it. Or just sell it to an aftermarket company. So the point is that the original stampings for this, long gone. The original jigs to make these parts, long gone. And because the tool and die set that was used to make the reproduction panels isn't the exact one that was used to make the original panels, it's not going to be exactly right. You're going to get part defects. Well, part defects. That is just... If you guys ever get to the point where you're going to patch a panel on a car and you buy the panel and it doesn't exactly fit, that's not necessarily on AMD. That's not their problem. The parts are just going to get bent. They're going to get bent in shipping. AMD has this whole disclaimer about this. Like when you go to buy parts from them, they're like, hey, it might not be a perfect fit. You got to hammer the thing into place. You got to massage it a little bit. And like I said, if that part was to a point where I couldn't get anything aligned, it was that far out of whack that exceeded factory tolerances, I would call them. I'd be like, yo, I understand these parts are broken. This isn't even within factory spec. But it's not. It's within factory spec. So we'll just fix it. We'll align other pieces to take into account that bracket not being in correctly. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. That's what I found out. I was like... Because when we were last working on the car 2 weeks ago, I was like, what the heck, man? I don't know if that's within spec, but I talked to some people about it that I know that have experience with sheet metal, and they're like, yeah, that's nothing. You call them, they're just going to be like, so what? So why not massage it? Well, that's what I did. I did get some time to do that. Why can't you just hammer it? Bingo, Luca. That's what I'm getting at. We'll just massage this sucker into place, dude. It's metal. You can bend it. It's not a big deal. We would just get a massage. So that is what I started to work on. Now, what I did with this is we bent up the tab right there. Can you guys see that okay? Let me get the light for you. I bent the tab up on the... Yeah, just knock it over again, whatever, it's fine. I bent up the tab here so we could move the cross member up and down. And I put a level. And centered this as best as I can. Now, that level back there, the Pittsburgh one, That is on my leaf springs, and magnets are holding it in place. It is perfectly square, and I have my welding magnets holding the level in place. So that is basically telling me that my leaf spring perches that I put on here, both of them are pretty straight. This is tracked very true. We made sure of that. So this bracket out here that we replaced, and this bracket out here that we replaced, all the stuff that's painted darker, that's painted EDP, electro-coated primer, all this stuff is stuff that we replaced. The gray stuff is stuff that I built, right? And what's left of the original car. These are perfectly level. If you go in and you look, perfect level. The leaf springs are burned in correctly, believe it or not. I don't know how I did that, because this one is a little bit out of whack on the edge here, but it is level. So I'm not, whatever, it's level. I'm gonna go with it. We know that this bracket is pretty screwed up, and that's probably why this thing came in a little bit wacky, because this whole bracket is tilted down, this one right here. It's like, I'll say it once, I'll say it again. It's supposed to be like this, and it's kind of down like that. And that made it so my rear cross member wouldn't fit correctly. It still is a little bit off, but we gotta mess with it a little bit more. But I do have this thing perfectly level. What we gotta do today is make sure that that level back there stays level, and then we gotta get this one dead center in the lines right there. Let me just make sure there's no crap on the bottom of this. And there's no crap on the thing. We got to get both of these things dead center. That one is perfect. So that tells me we burned our leaf spring perches in correctly. And I did check. They are plumb to the marks that we drew on that tape right there and right there. So we did replicate the factory suspension perch geometry, which is great. That's huge. The next bit is making sure we get that right. And that's going to come from massaging and hammering this thing around. And once we get that right, then we can start really doing some work. I'll finish up the rest of the frame rail tabs. We'll weld this all in together. We have to, over here, we have to finish building out the back of the frame rail. But I've decided before I finish the ends of the frame rails right here, the actual rails on the car, the gray part, I want to make sure that this thing is in the right place so I know where to build to. All right. So that's kind of where I'm at. That's what I did do work on over the week that I was gone. I really only got a day to work on it, which kind of sucks, but it is what it be. Such is life. I got stranded in Vegas, so it wasn't too bad. Yeah, if you haven't heard that story, man, I'll tell you, that's a real doozy. So, let's get to work, shall we? Any questions in chat? If your question is when do we eat, I don't know. Go get food. Make your own food. It's not my problem. Can I go for a quick pee? Yes, yes. Now would be the time to do that. So yeah, what I'm saying is that the parts come bent, guys. That happens. It happens sometimes. I talked to somebody that I know that does this for a living, and they say, yeah, that's fine. It's okay. It's an old car. Don't worry about it. Just as long as you make sure that trunk floor is resting flat on everything, it really is not that big of a deal. And I'm like, okay, cool. Sweet. Also, Ernok gifted me this shirt for my birthday. You didn't need to do that, but you did. It's a pretty cool shirt. It's a Finnegan Speed and Marine shirt. So, thank you, Ernok. It's gonna get some shop use. Couchy, what's going on? Rarest, how you doing? All right, chat seems to be enthused about vegetables on the Twitch side of things, and I'll take it by no questions that we should go. Oh, Methane, what's up? Tried MIG welding for the first time last week. It's fun. It is cool, dude. Yeah, for sure. King Kitten, you have strong opinions about NASA's audio people. Yeah, me too, man. All right, dudes, let's get to it. Hey, Sea Kraken, what's up? We might be welding today, so I'm gonna take the ring off. We're putting it in the SE to aux box. Kiss the ring, take it off, kiss the ring. All right. Everyone should know how to weld, Shub. Well, partially why I'm doing this is one, I mean, the big reason why I'm doing this, Shub, is because I think it's cool. I love old cars. I love old engineering. I love, like, you know, I'm a tinkerer, dude. I like figuring out how stuff works. Like, you can't be a Kerbal player and not be a tinkerer, dude. Like, you know, like, so what I want to show people, Shub, is like, this is cool. And this is a thing that you can pick up, and it's not too hard. It's just technique, and that just takes time, you know? But yeah, welding is great, man. Everybody should know how to do this. Because you know what's really cool? Repairing your own stuff. Do you know how much money I'd have to pay if I had a body shop do this? Now, granted, a professional body shop, it'd probably come out a little bit better than what I'm doing, to be 100% honest with you. But if I had a body shop, you know, restore the shell and paint it, 10 grand, 10 to 15 G's. I'm in this car, monetarily wise, maybe 3 to 4 grand. It's somewhere in there. I haven't checked the books. But even all told, when we're done, it's not going to exceed 5. There's no way. It's not going to exceed 5. I know that. The reason why is the reason why I know that is I've tallied up. I did do this over vacation. I looked at what it would cost to replace every single part with a new part, like every single metal panel with new parts. I looked at just the cost of everything to do that. It's not more than another $1,000. Now, if the faceplate, if that rear faceplate with the taillights, if I can't fix that, it might go a little bit above 5. But basically, I planned for the absolute worst case scenario, like having to replace everything on this, even parts that I know are good. Like, I took into account front frame rails, rear frame rails, which we already did. The rear frame rails, we just got to extend it and it's good to go. I took into account all that stuff, right? And yeah, it's actually, yeah, we're not, maybe around 5. That's what I'm projecting. Like 5 is my worst case scenario, 5 grand into this car to get it running and driving and have a totally solid shell. It's not bad. It's not bad. And I mean, yeah, Charles, we're saving a bunch on doing the labor ourselves. We're saving probably 5 to 10 grand in labor, and I make money off of the labor, which is actually cool, you know? But yeah, the point is like, I'm trying to show people, like, dude, I'm a computer nerd. Like, I grew up playing video games and making 3D models for games. And then I went to school for that. Like, I come from the computer side of things, right? But, dude, just because that's not stopping me from getting my hands dirty. Speaking of that, my hands are too clean for where we're at right now. Does that include powertrain and suspension costs? Well, Dan, that is for milestone 1 for this car. Are we going to end up putting 5 grand more into this car? Yeah, probably. To answer your question, no, that does not include powertrain costs. The engine that's in there runs. It works just fine. You saw it. The first episodes that I did with this car for this build was getting the original engine working. Getting it working, getting it dialed in. It probably needs a new lifter, and it might need a new cam. But still, we could do that, no problem. Even taking that into account, it's not that big of a deal. It needs a new cam and lifters. A stock replacement would be fine. It's just the 318, who cares? But the engine and transmission in this are fine.
They're fine. The drive shaft's fine. The rear diff doesn't leak at all. Everything is good. That $5,000 is just for phase 1 of this build. So milestone 1. Milestone 1 is getting the shell correct. I want this car completely solid. And then maybe down the road, milestone 2, that's when we start doing some cool stuff to it. Like I have the 5.7 Hemi outside. Then we start doing some cool stuff. You know? But yeah, I want to show you guys that this is doable. It just takes time and it takes practice. That's all. Like, if you're from the computer world like I am, think about all the time you spent like browsing social media or sitting in lobbies waiting for a game to go, right? That aggregate time adds up. If you were doing that, like working on a car, right, you'd learn a lot very, very quickly. Yeah, chilled, exactly. Yeah, and yeah, that's the thing. Like coming from the computer world, I have the internet at my disposal. I have you guys teaching me about this stuff. I have all kinds of tutorial videos. You know, it's great, man. Really good. You can learn this stuff nowadays. You can learn it and you can get pretty good at it. Like, look at me. I'm getting pretty damn good at this. It's pretty cool. Anyway, let's get to work, dudes. I'm talking too much. So what we got to do, I started to get this thing dialed in, but it's not perfect. It's not perfectly aligned. Now, what is my datum for doing that? Well, on the leaf spring perches, here, let me take the clamp off. On the leaf spring perches, they have a slot. See the slotted piece? On the very back. And this is, keep in mind that that's the bracket that is bent. This piece right here. That is a slot for the bumper, for a bumper bolt. So the bumper bolt can mount to the frame, through the rear cross member, onto a bumper bracket plate here, and then the bumper bracket mount. I have that stuff all ready to go. But that, because I know my leaf spring perches are straight per the level, per this level over here, I know that this is straight. We know that the bracket is a little bit crooked, so we have to take into account that this plate is a little tilted backwards because that bracket, if this bracket is tilted down, this plate is tilted back, right? But if we line up the rear cross member, right? Let me get the light so you guys can see. If we line up the rear cross member slotted hole with the bumper bracket slotted hole, we can dial this in and get it nice and level, which is what we want. Now, let's go over here. You guys look at the level for me, and we'll try to see where we need to go. So I got the bubble close, but it's not perfectly aligned. So this side needs to go up. It needs to be, she needs to be, I mean, that's pretty close, dude, but it's not exact. We need the right-hand side, so this side, the side that I just showed you, needs to go up a little bit. So let's see if we can finagle this up just a smidge. So how I actually got this to get dialed in and get it a lot closer was the bottom piece right here. There's a little bottom flange and I bent it downwards so we could slide this piece up and into position. And right now, that's pretty damn close, dude. Sweet. I'm going to clamp it in that position. Yeah, just got to go up just a little bit. Finagle that into position like that. That's pretty close, man. Might not get you to Starbase, but it'll get you around town. Yeah, once we repair and upgrade the engine, you know, milestone 2, we probably will end up putting more into it. The point is that Dan, the point that I was trying to make is that me doing this myself is saving me like 5 to 10 grand, and that's 5 to 10 grand that we could end up putting in the engine, putting into the engine and powertrain. So I got that going for me, which is nice. So actually we're pretty close. It looks like it just needs to go up just a little bit on this side. Like right there would be perfect. Right there is dialed, man. That's actually really good. Yeah, we aren't far off. The right side needs to go up like maybe a 32nd of an inch, or like 1 to 2 millimeter. Like just a slight adjustment gets that level and the other level. See, the bubbles are both pretty damn aligned. This is all really freaking straight, which is great. That's really good. That's good for us, man. That means despite, and that's what I mean, despite that bent bracket, right? Despite that weirdo bracket being completely out of whack, if we bend the tab up and we bent the flange down, get this thing nice and straight, we basically bent the whole thing into position. It's pretty damn close, which is good. Yeah, there you go, Dan. That's right. That and learning trade skills is pretty useful, man. That, you know, learning trade skills pays off big time. Yeah, see, we're just a smidge off. And to be honest with you, where we are right now is probably within spec. It's probably pretty dang close. But, yeah, I think we're all right. I think we're fine. Now my thing is that even if we set this thing, I got a little bit of a problem. Apparently I didn't make that thing long enough, because this needs to go to here. So we do need to make some pieces to make that fit correctly. That's gonna be a little bit of a pain, but that's no problem. We needed to start somewhere, dude. Cool. Did Geek tell you he got a new welder? He did? Yeah, he told me at the end of the last night's stream, Ewok. Yeah, at like the very end, right when I logged off. So what we're gonna do here is, because I need to rebuild the back of those frame rails, right? And I'm going to need to remove the rear cross member to add to the back of the frame rail, and then get rid of it, and then remove it, and then get rid of it. I'm gonna use these, something from the aircraft world. These are called clecos. They're basically a reusable rivet. I'm gonna use the cleco. And this is how you can kind of temporarily pin panels together so you don't have to tack them. Now, to be 100% honest with you, I probably should have done this to the leaf spring perches. If I had mocked up the leaf spring perches before I did this, we probably would have figured out that that bracket was bent, and I could have repaired it before I burned it in. But it's okay. It's all right. So, because we went to Delaware for a welder and not vacation. So, the cleco is just a reusable rivet. If you look, when you have it like this, these two kind of pieces of metal stay wide, and then when you push it forward, they kind of compress. So it's a reusable rivet. I'm going to use this right now to get this all working correctly, to get it so we can mock up and unmock and mock and unmock the rear cross member while we rebuild the back of the frame rails. It's a shame we didn't go long on that piece. Yeah, multiplanetary, I thought, you know, the thing is, I thought I did go long. I left a good amount of material on that piece. The thing is I was probably I measured against the rusty old leaf spring perch, which, rookie move, that's my fault. Yep, that's me, that is an amateur mistake. I shouldn't have measured off the rust. The rusty bit is probably why that didn't come in right. Why we ended up underestimating instead of overestimating. It's probably my fault. That's definitely on me. But like I said, we're learning. Have you ever seen cleco clamps? That was probably chat delay, dude, but yeah, clecos, man. I have a whole box of them right here. I bought them a little while back, anticipating that we probably are going to need them for this project. You're using clecos right now. Oh, ever heard of cleco clamps? I have never heard of cleco clamps. I have these things. These things are used in the aircraft industry all the time because a lot of aircrafts are still riveted aluminum. So if you need to take a panel off of an airplane to fix something, you drill out all the rivets, put clecos in its place, fix what you need to do, then put the panel back on with rivets. Yeah, multiplanetary, that is on me. That's totally my fault. But hey, it's okay. We have enough steel and we have enough metal to build out that difference. I'm not too incredibly worried about it. There are some things that we're going to need to do to that frame rail end to get it working right though. So let's, I got to get my drill out. And if we want to use these clecos, we have to, so the first thing you got to do is drill a hole. You got to drill, and you can use them to hold stuff in place. Now, I'm not 100% sure what size drill you use for these things, what size hole you need to drill. And just in case you're wondering, like, well, EJ, if you drill the holes, like, what are you going to do? The holes are going to be there. You just weld them back up. As long as you're drilling through nice metal, you're not drilling through pitted nonsense like most of what we've taken off of this car, yeah, you should just be able to zap tack it right back into place. So that's one thing that I'm really learning about metal. It's, okay, you take metal off, no problem. You can add it back. It's not a big deal. Like, it's not like working with wood. You work with wood, you cut something, you're basically screwed. You can't really add back to it. Like, you can glue it back together, but it's not like welding it. Welding it is adding metal back into it. You know, but what I've been understanding is that the key to doing this is to do it with the least amount of adding and subtracting metal. What size cleco is it? I have no idea, dude. Maybe it says it. No, the text just says USA. I don't know, dude. I'll just compare a drill bit to this. It should be okay. Yeah, if we compare a drill bit to the clamped, to this thing when the clamp is open, right? That'll do us right. So let me go get a drill bit. And let me get my drill index and we'll compare and contrast. Then I got this drill. And then I used the clecos, and then she was like, no way. That's pretty close. I would go one size bigger, but one size bigger is broken. I don't have that drill, it broke. Yeah, that's a little too small. To potentially help your project, I'll share a picture in Discord of cleco clamps. This may help your project in some spots. Also, the copper-colored cleco should be 1/8 of an inch, number 30. Oh, well, that helps. And my 1/8 inch drill bit is broken. It's not in here. Either A, I left it somewhere, or it's very broken. I broke it and I threw it away, and I need another one. But I have other drill indexes, so let me see if I can find it. See if I can find another one. I have a 7/64 bit here. Oh, that's a right-hand thread. Never mind. Don't want that. Balls. I mean, the other thing we could do is use self-tappers. I have tech screws if we can't use the clecos right now because I don't have the right bit. The interesting thing is that the tech screw, the self-tapper bit, might be the right size. Interestingly enough, let me check. It is. It absolutely is the right size. The self-tapper is the right size. So self-tappers are a screw with a drill bit on the front. See the drill bit? These are 1/2-inch tech screws, diameter number 8. It might be just a smidge too big, but whatever. It's all right. Yeah, now where's my drill? I think my drill, my Phillips head drill is down in the house. My small drill for doing this. Yeah, I'm gonna need to go get it real quick. I gotta get the small drill. I don't want to use the big drill with a self-tapper. I mean, we could, but, well. Yeah, let me get the small one. I'll be right back, dudes. I'm back. It's actually cool outside for a change. It's actually cool outside for a change, and it's way hotter in the garage, so I opened the garage door a little bit. For an 1/8 inch diameter cleco, you drill with a number 30, 12.85. Okay, well, my 12.85 is long gone, so. Self-tapper it is, my dude. All right, so. Try it in a spare piece of metal first. Oh, I mean, yeah, if you want. Yeah, we could do that if you want, I mean. We got a spare piece of trunk pan right here. Retired if we want to try that. You going forward? This is a weird way to do this. I know I should put it on the table. Okay, the self-tapper is in there. Let's see if the cleco works now. Yeah, that might be a little too big from what I can tell here. Oh, no. Oh, that works. That'll work just fine. Yep, she good. Cool. Nice. That's good to know. Good call, Retired. That was a good idea. I knew it was good keeping the scrap metal. I have the entire old trunk pan in pieces over there on the floor. I told myself I wasn't going to join the chat while working today. I'm doing a terrible job. Oh boy. Okay. So let me get the self-tapper, and let me switch this back over to this camera. And now what we got to do is I got to self-tapper this thing in and keep it nice and level. So we just got to go up a little bit here. Get that nice and right. Okay. That's pretty damn close, man. So I'm just going to zip in the self-tapper right here. We got to go through both pieces of metal. There we go. Good. Cool. We're through both pieces. I just put a tapper above the bumper bracket there. And are we still in? Yeah, we are still in. Cool. All right, now I got to do that for the other side. Come on, wire. There we go. Just got to move the clamp out of the way. Make sure that we're still pretty damn level. Okay. Let me get another tech screw. Hey, Flykin, how are you? torque this up a little bit. You still good? Yeah. Yep, we're still in on both of them. Good. Okay. So now what we can do, we can take the self-tappers out and put clecos in, and that'll make this thing really easy to remove. We won't need to clamp, we won't need to use our clamps anymore to hold it up. And now it'll go back in that position every single time. So we can undo the clamp, right? You undo that, and you undo this clamp over here. And now we can undo the self-tapper or drill another self-tapper and make another hole for a cleco. Self-tapper is just as good as the cleco. Yeah. Yeah. So in this case, retired Army, the tapper is fine, but I'm going to have to take this piece off and on and off and on so I can finish up building up the back of the frame rails. So this piece is going to need to be removed every once in a while. But what I need to do here is I need to take measurements for how far we are off right there. See what I'm talking about? That's not great. Yeah, that's what I get for measuring up against a rusty piece. That is definitely my fault. What I'm going to do, okay, what I want to do is get the rear cross member perfectly straight up and down, and I'm going to use the level again. And yeah, that's where that piece needs to go. So yeah, we're very off. Yeah, we are very off. That's not great. Oh, how the heck am I going to fill that up? Oh, no. Oh, that's not going to be fun. I don't think I can use steel to do that. Like, I mean, I'm not sure. That's a little bit of a screw up on my part, dudes. But once again, that's not me making a mistake because I knew what to do right and then didn't do it. That's me making a mistake because I didn't know how to do it. I'm learning as I go. So that's just kind of a byproduct of learning. We'll call that the learning tax, I guess. Oof, 3/8 of an inch. Yeah. Oh boy. Remember, there's supposed to be a bracket there. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. This is supposed to take into it. Yeah, maybe that's what I was doing, dude. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look. First of all, my frame rail flange is completely bent. If you look at the right one, that was my fault. Yeah, we're gonna have to fix that, man. How far are we off? Like all the way down? Yeah, it's pretty consistently off. So yeah, that may have been taking into account the tabs and stuff, dude. In fact, it probably is. Okay. So a little while back, I did make tabs for this. I have them over here on my desk. We did make them. I just got to find them. Yeah, here they are. I mean, I got to clean them up a little bit, but yeah. Those two pieces of metal need to go right there. We got to weld those in. Looks like once again, this is me. I left a lot of extra just to make sure. I think this one, I didn't deburr this one at all. I think this one's scrap. I don't know. This one is definitely, I deburred this. It's not, doesn't have any metal shavings on it like that one. So this one we know is a finished one. And that does line up pretty damn good. Guys, what I'm almost thinking about doing is just sectioning this a little bit, cut it, and then make the piece with the bends in it for all the tabs. Or we could just keep going with this and just weld this sucker back together. Just weld the tab right there and zap it in, stitch weld this thing here, make another one of these, stitch weld it there, and then basically zap it there, zap it there. But we still need to do tabs. There still needs to be a plate back here that goes this way. But I am using 16 gauge steel and we have 3/8 of an inch, which means we're gonna have some extra. Yeah. Let me see if I have more of these tabs or something on my workbench over here. No. Yeah, because how this comes from the factory, there's a tab here for the frame rail flange, there's a tab here, and then there's horizontal ones that go this way and that way off of the actual rail. And I bowed this thing out. I don't know why. I don't know what I did. I forget. But this thing is not straight. It's supposed to go this way. It's going that way a little bit. It's just little stuff like that that get you. I got an idea. How about we have a flat edge here and we have a flat edge here. How about I make a piece that looks like this? That's an L that looks like this. And we drill through here, plug weld it, right? And then seam it here and here. And then this bit of metal will go this way and then it'll bend. It'll bend that way for the tabs. We could do that. We could get away with that. So basically make an L-shaped piece of metal that looks like this, right? And then put one over here that looks like that. And then drill holes like what I did to plate this in the first place, plug weld the back to it, and then that'll get my flanges. Instead of trying to build on this edge, we're building on a lot more surface area there. And then we could just weld the tabs in, no problem. We also got to remember that there needs to be a captive bolt down in there because the bumper bracket picks up on the frame rail. So there needs to be a captive bolt or captive nut in the bottom of the frame rail channel there. Okay, we got all the parts that I need, that I think I need to make. Cool. All right, do I have another piece of 16 gauge around that I've cut into? Yes, I do. Did I drop it on the ground? Yes, I did. Yeah, that'll make it so the tabs are actually like reinforced against here. I like doing that. Hey, Truzens, what's up, dude? Clip angles off the web. What do you mean, engineer? well, either way, how far do we need to go back? We have about 2 inches. So I'm going to have this go 2 inches and then 1 inch that way, 1 inch that way. That should be good enough. We also got to take into account that there's a bumper bracket hole right here. So this piece that we do, we're going to have a recessed, probably going to have to get the Dremel out and just zap a little hole in it so we can mount. Yeah, that'll work. Cool. And then, you know, like when we go to do the other piece, I haven't made this piece on the other side. When I go to do it, I'll just put the bends in it to begin with. So this frame rail is going to be repaired in a little bit of a different way than the other one, but they should both still be really strong. All right. Let's get to bracket making, boys and girls. We need, let's do this one first. 2 inches to the bend. Drop the tape measure. And 1 inch out. Got it. How do companies like AMD get dies for parts like this? So they're called repops. They're called a repop. Let me get an old piece that's not in terrible condition. Here we go. This is the bumper bracket, or one of them. There's a bolt broken off in it, so it's pretty bad. So this is the bumper bracket, okay? What they'll do is they will either laser scan this or take this part off of a good car, right? Take the part off of a good car, disassemble a car that's in good condition, right? And then they make a cast of this piece, and then they make their tooling and dyeing based off of the cast. So that's a repop. Repop is a tool and die set that's been made off of a previously stamped part. The problem with doing it, it's not a problem. Like, that works. It works just fine. The thing about that with repopped parts is because you're not working off the original tool and die, but you're working off of essentially a clone of the tool and die. You might not get the highest fidelity out of that. And that's why AMD is like, the parts are going to be close, but they're not going to be perfect, but they're going to be damn close, because they repopped it off of a car that was straight, off of a car that was in mint condition. So they had to make new tooling, but the tooling, it's like if you have a piece of paper, like an essay that you wrote on the internet, or for school, right? You write an essay for school. You wrote it in like a word processor, right? And you have the word processor and you print it from the word processor. It's going to be nice. It's going to be a nice quality print. But if you take a copy of your essay, right, and you photocopy it on a photocopier, that quality is going to diminish. It's that, but with car parts. Like, if you photocopy it rather than just printing another one, right, the photocopy is not going to be as good as the original print, right? Now, in this analogy, the printer for these parts, so to speak, that's long gone. That's been gone for a half century. So we have no choice but to photocopy the parts. And that's why they're not going to be perfect. It's a copy of a copy. Yep. Tolerances and errors compound in machining. Yeah, the coding equivalent would be a float point error. Yeah, like a float. That would be like, well, a close enough analogous computer analogy, I guess. All right, let me get my metalworking table out here. So I have some steel. What I'm going to do is we have 2 inches into the frame rail, 1 inch, and we have to take into account 1/8 of an inch for the bend. So I should be able to use my brackets to do this. As long as that's the same size as the frame rail. Let me measure the depth of the rail. Give me 1 second. Four inches. So it needs to be 4 inches tall, 2 inches long, 1 inch wide. Okay. Now I have an original cardboard template that I used to make my frame rail extension originally. Here it is, right? We'll use this to make the other one over there. We'll use that to bridge this piece right here on this side. This piece looks like it fits pretty damn well. But for now, I can use this for the tabs for this one. Please show us pictures of the factory frame railings. Yeah, sure, man. Absolutely. Yeah, if you want to see it, I got you. I have plenty of reference. Give me 1 second. I'll get that shot for you. I gotta find the page. I have it in a plethora of bookmarks. If you don't know what a plethora is, you have to make sure that you have a plethora of piñatas. All right, here we go. Come on, load. There we go. So I'm using Mopar Connection magazine. They did an article on this coronet that they were remaking. Look, that looks familiar right there. That looks exactly like what I'm working on behind us. This is where I basically figured out how to do this. The frame rail tabs look like that. That's what the tabs on the end of the rail look like. Actually, that's not a full piece. They show the full piece there. I mean, it's rusty, but so Tech, take a look up there. So this is the one that I'm currently aligning off of. I replaced my leaf spring bracket. So this is all basically from here over is brand new. And I put a self tapper right where my mouse cursor is because this is all mint. It's these pieces that we're gonna need to remake. Now, see what I mean? There's tabs. There's a tab there and a tab there up at the top of the rails. And then there's a tab that goes about 1 inch in this direction. And then there's a tab that goes way far this way for the bumper bracket. The bumper bracket's supposed to fit, yeah, see, these ones are actually in better condition than what I found underneath my car, to be 100% honest with you. They're in way better condition. Yeah, see, these are the tabs that I need to, this is the piece that I'm trying to remake. I need to remake the tab that goes over here and the tab that goes over here. What I want to do is plate them so they're lapped on the inside of this and then plug weld through there. And then I gotta, see right there at the end of the frame rail, I gotta put a captive nut. I gotta weld a captive nut in there so the bumper can mount to the car. And see right there? That is exactly what I need to do. That. They're not asymmetric, dude. No, it's not. It's the same on both sides. But that right there, minus what you see on the left, I was gonna do this with the other leaf spring bracket, but we found rust right here on the other one. So I just got rid of it. And now this, basically from this armpit over on both sides is new. So I just gotta, on the passenger side frame rail, I gotta rebuild these pieces. So the tab is on the inside and this piece with the slot on it is on the outside. I have to remake those pieces and see how he lapped it around the corner? See how he bent basically an L and made it go around and then tacked it to the frame, or well, stitched it to the frame rail. I'm gonna plug weld mine. That's why I want mine 2 inches back so I can drill holes right here and plug to it. Just a piece of angle iron. Actually, you know, Flacken, that's not a bad idea either. But we'd have to build this side. We have to build that out because you need to put a recessed piece in for a. There's a dimple hole in the rear crossmember right here. See the dimple? Right next to the mount. Yeah, see? That's what we're doing right now. That's basically, I'm doing the exact same thing, only I'm not holding mine in with clamps. We have self-tappers in place because I have to rebuild my frame rails more than these guys did. Yeah, and I tried to save our bumper brackets, but our bumper brackets were rotted through, so the pitting was so bad there were holes in them. So I just said, screw it, we'll buy new ones. They welded their old bumper brackets to the new crossmember. And that's basically what we got to do. See the tabs right there? And then the tab for the perch. So, yeah, angle iron flaking is not a bad idea, dude. I wouldn't mind doing that. I don't know if I have any angle around. I think the angle that I have is galvanized, and we really can't weld to that. Welding to galvanized steel with a MIG welder is not a good idea. So what else do I have? I have tubing. Guys, I have tubing left over. I was using this tubing for braces, for a brace. I used this to come up with bracing for the car. That might be good enough. I mean, it's not the 2 inches that I wanted, and it's not really 1 inch either. But that might be good enough. Yeah. Nah, I don't want to do that. I'd rather make the piece. This isn't is it 16 gauge? Yeah, it is. I do have extra scrap though, so we can build it. If you guys want to see what the frame rail ends that I cut out, what they looked like, I tried to save as much of this car as possible. That's what was left of the rear frame rail at the very end. The pieces that I'm trying to remake. This was both sides. Yeah, that's what was left. There's nothing to weld to. That's Titanic, pretty bad. Yeah, that's pretty awful. But this is basically the piece that I need to remake. Yeah, I'll just make the pieces and we'll bend them. Call it a day. So let me switch you guys over to the Vivitar. Get Vivitard, idiot. Yeah, I'm gonna cut out what I can out of this steel here, or cut out what I need out of this steel. So one of these edges, the edges that goes on the inner tab, we want to make it 2 inches by 1 inch, 4 inches tall, and then we can zap that piece in. It's the outer pieces that are going to be a little weird. They're going to be 2 inches by 2 inches, right? And those ones, we're going to need to drill the recessed piece for the bumper hole, and then we have to make sure it goes around the dimple as well. The dimple holes that are put into the crossmember to make it stronger. They have beveled holes in this thing that they use to make it so the thing doesn't bend. They need the back of the car to stay rigid, and that's how they do it. Dude, the Vivitar camera is so bad, dude. It's so bad. But I do kind of like how it is overexposed, because that means you can see everything, which is kind of stupid, but whatever. All right, so the first piece is going to be 3 inches, or 3 1/8, because we have to take into account room for the bend. Got to make sure we're nice and flush to this. 3 1/8. I'm going to mark it. Okay, so I made my mark into this piece. right? And then it needs to be 4 inches tall. So I'm going to make a mark here at 4 inches. And now my T-square is freaking broken. I knocked it over and I broke it, which I'm pretty pissed off about. I was using that to draw straight lines. Now I can just get my regular square. Okay, I got, of course I knocked that stupid level off. Why wouldn't I? Good news, we're still level. So now that I have the marks, I'm gonna cut it. You know what might be a good idea? Making both of the brackets. Just make both of them. So the other one needs, let me measure. Let's measure. Measure twice, cut once. Get you some old dump steel. Yeah, we could, man. Can I not knock over something like for 2 seconds? Holy crap. All right, so this bracket goes from here to basically the dimple. It's 2 inches. Okay. So the other one is 2 by 2. So one of them is 1 by 2 and the other's 2 by 2. So let me get my square out again. It's right, it goes in the square hole. So we have 2 inches, 2 inches for the tab, 2 inches for the lapped piece on the inside of the rail, and then we have an 1/8. So that would be 4 1/8 right there. Now let me get a ruler that marks the whole thing. Okay, now we got to go 4 1/8 inches back. Gotta make that mark. Okay, so I have my pieces marked on the square. I don't know if it's going to be hard for you guys to see the pencil on the metal, but I got the 2 pieces for the 2 tabs marked. I'm going to cut everything. We'll cut it out and then we'll bend it. Yeah, that'll do us right. So let me get the same Craig clamp that I was using to mock up the car. And we'll clamp this thing down to the table so I can cut it. Cool. Where's my cutoff wheel? There it is. All right, let me get my face shield and the hearing protection on, and we will use this bad boy. Cut out these bits of metal. Vivicrud. Did you take into account the bend? Yeah, Tech. Yes, I did. So the piece is the first tab piece, the inner tab piece is 2 by 1, and the outer one is 2 by 2. Let me just double check. This one should be 3 1/8. Yep. That piece is actually 3 1/4. I overestimated because I always add more material than I need. And this one, that one is 4 1/8 on the dot. So yeah, took into account for the bend. I mean, because I'm plating, I'm lapping it to the back of the frame rail. It doesn't need to be exactly perfect, but yeah, I did take into account the bends. All right, so guys, this thing is super freaking loud. it comes through really clear on the mic for some reason. So just headphone users. So what I'm going to do with this metal here is you'll see me kind of scribe it with the cutoff wheel. I like to make a small channel with the wheel, right? Basically using the cutoff wheel to scribe a line and then make the big cut. So you'll probably see me do something like this first, and then we'll start cutting panels. Okay, let's go. Okay, that's one. The clamp's in the way. I got to do this backwards, so you guys are going to see my butt. Whatever. Okay, scribe 2. Now let's get the third one. Okay, 3 cuts, or 3 scribe marks. Now let's cut. Those lines are pretty dang straight, which is nice. And because I have the channel in there, when I go to get the wheel to go in, it'll just fit in the channel, like a Hot Wheels car down the track. Cutting the thing, make sure when you go to cut, you'll cut it nice and straight, or as straight as your scribe mark is. And then from there, you just basically let the wheel do the work. We got one piece. Okay, last cut. There we go. Now we got our pieces. Done. It also comes in really loud and clear with earbuds. Oh, well, that's good to know. All right, so the thing about the cutting wheel is that it leaves a really jagged edge. See all the little schmutz on this? So I got to take this over to the bench grinder, and I got to clean off what that's called is a burr. We have to clean that off. Get all that crap off of there. You don't want that on there when you go to try and fit it, because it's sharp and it'll cut you. It's going to cut you so bad that it'll cut you so bad. Yeah, I got the wheel kind of caught for a second. This edge is not perfect, but it's okay. It's really not that big of a deal. These don't have to be perfect. They just have to be enough surface area to burn that bracket in. So I'm over on the bench grinder over here. I don't have a camera over here, so you guys are going to have to look from there, but let me put the shield down. And what this thing will do is just clean off the edges. The other thing that the bench grinder is good for is the edges on this. Bevel them a little bit. it kind of curves the top of the edge, so it makes it easier to weld it. It gives you a nice channel for the weld pool to kind of go into. I've been reading a lot about this. You guys have been linking me welding videos left and right, and I appreciate it. I did have some time to watch them. Okay, one or two more passes here. Okay. All right, that piece is deburred pretty nicely. Now, let's just okay. Now here's the edge that I kind of screwed up a little bit. Cool. Now these are good enough to handle. You don't have to worry about cutting yourself on them because we got rid of all the burrs. Dude, despite it being 20 degrees cooler than yesterday, I am still sweating my balls off in here. But here we go. We got our two bracket pieces. This piece will go on this side and it'll have a bend right there, and then this one will go on this side. It'll have a bend right there. Should also probably take the barcode and the label off of this piece. There we go. Unless we wanted that on the car. You know. Cooler, but the dew point is crazy high. It is muggy, dude. It's like you're in a freaking steam room in here. All right. So now we got to put these in the brake. Let me just measure this and make sure that I know which edges. I'm just going to mark the area on the piece where it, just mark a line where it needs to bend. This piece is the piece, so this is the inner rail. It was supposed to be 4, but it's 3 7/8 because I screwed up. But that's okay. That's the tall section. It's not going to be exactly where the bend is. Where the bend is, we're 3 1/8. It's perfect. So what I'm going to do on this is mark 2 1/8 in, because 2 inches for the part that's lapped right there on the inside of the rail, 1/8 of an inch for the bend, and then another inch for the tab. So 2 1/8, or 2 inches in, and then 1/8 is where this thing needs to be bent. So I'm just going to draw the lines on this thing. Get them squared. And now I have marked my bend area. That's where the bend needs to be. And this is the outside. So the bend needs to go this way. We need to bend this that way. This piece needs to be bent around. So let's go over to the metal brake and let's do it. Let me get a camera over there. The Vivitar can't see that. Not that you'd be able to see anything useful, because this camera's pretty much good for a wide shot, and that's about it. It pretty much sucks at doing anything else. Literally anything else it sucks at. Come on, cords. I need to invest in a Mevo or something so we can So we don't have to worry about freaking... Okay, that camera is set up. Let me switch to it. Okay, there's a shot of my metal brake. So what this thing is called is it's called a brake. It's not necessarily used for cutting metal. I do have my spare sheets on here. It's not, I mean, you could use it to cut metal, I suppose, but you're not really supposed to. Like, this is for bending metal more than anything. Just gonna try to keep this place relatively organized. Okay, so you have the sandwich plate, and then what this thing does is it just bends up, and it will just force the metal into a position. So what we have to do, we need to go get the Craig clamps again, because clamping the sandwich, the metal piece is really how this thing needs to do it. All right, so big thing that I've learned with this is that you got to take your time with how this is cut. So this was the outside edge of one of these panels, right? This is an outside piece. So I know that piece is square, so I'm going to put it up against the side here of the metal sandwich. Right here. And now, so let's open up the sandwich bracket. What I like to do is my shaded area. So there's the pivot point of the brake right there. I'm using the lower edge of my shaded area. This is where the brake is, and then the upper edge of this is where the sandwich is going to go. So I'm lining that up. I know that that side is square, and I know that my lines are square, and that should do it. Now we take the Craig clamps. No, that's not tight enough. You really gotta hold this thing down. Take the clamps, clamp the sandwich into place. And now, with our bracket in position, just gotta double check it. Now you push down on this as hard as you freaking can, because the sandwich is gonna move. And then you let it go. Look at that. Pretty good, man. Yeah, the sandwich moved a little bit. This is what I don't like about this damn thing. The sandwich moves sometimes, and it's hard. When it moves, it kind of rolls this. You see how it kind of rolls? And that's really annoying. I didn't push down hard enough on this thing. Here, let me... Let me put this in the center where I can really push down on it. Let's see if we can just... Yeah. Nah, that should be good enough. It's not perfect, but it is square. It's a pretty good bend. That's good enough. It's good enough, dudes. So now let's take this piece back over here, right? And this sucker should just go in there like that. That's it. There it is. That's how that, it's hip to be square. It is hip to be square. Guess I cut my hair. You might think it's crazy. No, you should beware. There's no denying that. It's hip to be square. Do you like Huey Lewis in the news? the early stuff was okay. But when sports came out in '83, they really came into their own commercially and artistically. Hey, Paul. Yep, all right. That's going to be good enough, dudes. Perfect. All right, let's get the other one. Is that a raincoat? Yes, it is. Hey, Couchy. These poor people in Texas have it bad. Yeah, they're a little wetter than I am, dude, but yeah, keeping them in my thoughts, man. That's awful. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy, dude. All right, let's get this other piece figured out. That's weird. This should be 4 1/8. There's no way I missed the cut by 1/8 of an inch. It doesn't matter. It's okay. I just got to get better at fabricating parts, dudes. That's something I didn't foresee. Like, bending the metal and getting it to work for you is kind of a pain in the butt, especially when we're talking about, especially when we're working with 16 gauge. It's pretty damn thick steel. I got a wedgie. Huey Lewis and the Space News. All right, so we got to measure 2 inches back. We got to do 2 inches back and then leave 1/8 for the bend and then 2 inches bent the other way. Should be pretty easy. Nice shirt, buddy. I approve. Yeah. I announced that I had this shirt, dude. I don't know where you were. Yeah, it's pretty good. Too bad it's got a crappy Chevy on the back, man. Oh yeah, I got to mark this piece. That would probably be useful. This piece was supposed to be 4 1/8 by 4, and it ended up being perfectly 4 by 4, which not a big deal. It's just, yeah. Okay. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'll mark 1 7/8 instead of 2. And then at 2 inches, yeah, that'll be my shaded area. So I left 1/8 of an inch for my shaded area. You see it right there. And we got to bend it, and hopefully your boy bends it right. Yeah, that metal brake's just tough to use, dude. Fellas, I'm just gonna, yeah, actually, you know what? I can just move the camera. I thought I had this camera set up, but I don't. So we'll get her back into position so you guys can see the metal brake action. There we go. All right. So we're going to really push down on this thing. See if we can get it to bend right. There we go. Nice. Oh yeah, the bends, that one came out a lot better. I did it slightly different this time, but this piece way better. Here, let's see how it fits. Nah, Flykin, it's mostly me just figuring out how to get it to work. I left a little too much space on this side when I did the, I didn't mark it, I didn't bend it in the right spot, dude. That's really, it's on me. It's not the tools. It's my inexperience, man. Yeah, let's see, we try to make this piece squared to this, right? And you can see how much the frame rail kinked out. We gotta bend that piece back in. See the gap right here? That's no good. Yeah, I gotta figure out how to push that piece back in. Not sure how we're gonna do that. But either way, these pieces came out perfect. That's fine. The bend is a little screwed up on this one because that, once again, that's me. That's my inexperience. This one kind of beveled. The curve isn't as crisp as the other one because I didn't put it in the right spot. I didn't mark it right. Or no, I marked it right. I didn't put it in the right spot. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So that piece goes in there, and then this piece goes just like that. Cool. All right, and then we just got to do the tabs there and there, and then we're good. I already have one of the tabs made, and that goes right there. Yeah. Sweet. Now I just got to do the other tab, and then we are good. It didn't come with clamps? It didn't, no, it came with no clamps. No, it just came with the sandwich and the brake. I mean, yeah, I just got to get better at using it, dudes. That's all. It's on me. It ain't nobody's fault but mine. I don't want to get copy struck. Sorry, I got it stuck in my head now. Yep. Cool. Now, what I'm going to do, we got to drill holes. Got to drill 3 holes here, here, and here on either side. So we'll drill through 3 times. And then that'll get it so we can plug weld these into place. Cool. What I got to do with these pieces now is coat the inside, the inner bends with the weld through primer, because I don't want bare metal just inside, hanging around inside of the frame rail here. I don't want bare metal there, like butted up against other metal. If we prime everything, at least it's going to give me a protective coating, and it'll make it so it won't rust from the inside out. I don't think this one is on you. I think it's on the brake. It's me, dude. Look at that. Look at how crisp that is. See how good that bend is? Now look at that one. Do you see the difference? This one is perfect. This one, the sandwich slipped because I didn't place it exactly right. But that one is perfect. Look, it looks like a machine bent it. It's a little bit of both. A good break allows you to be consistent. Yeah, I guess. But yeah, here, look at them right next to each other. See what I mean? See how this kind of like tapers up? That's no good. Hola, friendejos. Oh, hello, Guy. Like I'm almost, let me throw this in the break one more time. See if I can just smooth up that piece. Now I'm playing it real straight. Dang it. You guys got Huey Lewis in the News stuck in my head. Guess I cut my hair. You might think it's crazy. There's no denying that. It's hip to be square. All right, let's see if we can. Oh, come on, you bastard. Nah, that piece is junk. Unless I bent it back flat. Yeah, that bend is completely crooked. Maybe I should, you know what? Let me just put this in the vise real quick. The vise and the hammer and dolly will get this thing straight. There. Guys, it's okay. It's okay. You know, the piece of metal doesn't come in a break right. It's not a big deal. All the thing needs, all it really needs is just a little bit of, you know, a little bit of persuasion. You understand? You let me talk to it. You let me talk to that metal piece. We'll have a nice dialogue, a nice conversation about, you know, making sure that the bend is nice and straight. You understand? You capiche, Chet? We're just gonna make sure. We're just gonna go talk to him. All right? I just want to have a conversation. Why are you looking at me like that for? Don't worry about it. I got it. You mother frickin' piece of metal. You son of a bitch. You bend straight, you mother. Hey, all right, look at that. We had a very, very productive conversation about this. We had it's very productive. We got it done. Don't worry. Look, I talked, you know, I didn't do nothing. I talked to my buddy Paulie Walnuts about this. He said you got to go persuade the guy you got to go persuade it to be right. You got to go persuade the damn thing to be right. That's all. That's all. Look at that. Look at that. It's perfect now. There's nothing wrong with it, Tony. Don't look at it. It's perfect. Look at that. Look at it. Look at it. It's perfectly straight now. See, we persuaded it to see things our way. I put it in the vise. I made sure it was square, and I hit the top of it a couple of times. It's still kind of crooked, but that's more because I didn't cut that edge exactly straight. Is there a type of brake called a coastal brake? Springsteen mentions them in Spirits of the Night. I've been wondering what they're, a coastal brake? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, the piece of metal is seeing eye to eye. Let's see how it likes to fit. Let's switch over to the other camera and see if it can fit correctly. Hey, look. Oh, look at that. Look at that. That's perfect. Look at that. It's perfectly straight. Look at that. Look at that. It's fantastic. It's just perfect. That's real good. That's real good, I tell you what. Let's take the other piece and make sure the other piece fits good too. Oh yeah. Actually, that edge is really sharp now. It's really sharp compared to the metal brake, but that's okay. There we go. Now this outside of the frame rail just needs to be, Paulie, it just needs to be persuaded a little bit. Because if I put that straight, see, we put it straight up, see the gap right there? We're gonna need to figure out a way to dolly that back. I'm not sure how we're gonna do that. It rocks in water to break waves, I think. Oh. Okay, Tony, now get it welded. Let me call my let me call my welding guy. All right, let me call him. He's good. All right. Now I'm going to spray paint the inner edges of these things. I'm going to paint them with Steel It real quick, and we'll let it cure for a second. I'm going to go over into my paint booth. Ever since I was a kid, all I wanted to do was be a gangster. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, I feel very suddenly enlightened because I went to, when I was in Vegas, I had a lot of extra time. And then, I spent a lot of time at the National Museum of Organized Crime. I got educated. Yeah, we say we got educated, okay? We got educated in the art of persuasion. Understand? All right, well, that's what we did. Sorry, I'll stop. Second, more like 4 hours in humidity. All right, whatever. Hey. They just got it welded, we took him down to the auto body shop and he saw things my way. So I'm just gonna paint the inside of these pieces here real quick. I'm in the paint booth, so we can. I'm just painting the back edges of those for now. We can paint the other edges. We can paint the other side of them a little bit later. So we got to clean the tip of this thing, so we gotta fire it upside down until it doesn't spray paint anymore, and then get a shop rag here and just clean the extra paint off. Here we go. That's how you do it. Cool. Yeah, if you want to keep your paint cans good, you got to clean the tip. Remember that. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is we got to get the cross member off here. I got to take it out, take it off, and we have to see if we can do some persuading on the frame here as well. The frame needs to be persuaded to be nice and straight, to jive with a straight piece. It's got to be right. That's got to, we got to do it. You got to get it right. Don't clean your face with the same towel. Nah, I'm not. Oh, Polly walnuts. Oh. All right, anyway, let's get over here like that. We got to take this thing off. Is that kind of dirty? No, it's good. All right, so I have the self-tappers in place, and we can always realign with the tappers here. So we gotta just, there goes my tab. Sure that's not gone into the abyss. All right, just leave it there, it's fine. So these self-tappers, like once again, it leaves a hole, but you could just pop the hole out. It ain't no big deal. Or you could zip it back together with the welder. It's not a problem. But see, now I have Now I have my marks, I have the holes, so I know when we, you know, if we cleco this or we self-tapper, put it back together, I know good and well that it is in the exact same spot that we first measured to know that it's right. Where's the other self-tapper? There it is. I don't want to leave the screws on the ground. Titan walks around in here. What is a cleco? Cleco is a reusable rivet. It's a reusable rivet. That's a cleco. So if you look, it's used in the aircraft industry all the time. So watch. This is it in the lock position, and if you push it forward with the pliers, it puts those two little ears forward, see that? And then if you pull it back, they spread out. So if you drill a hole between two panels, you put the cleco in and then you let it go, these two things will hold that in position. It's a reusable rivet. It, like I said, used in the aircraft industry a lot, but it also can be good for car resto as well. If you need to really hold something in place and you need to move it, remove it quickly. I mean, you could, self-tappers essentially do the same thing, but I have both just in case. Clecos are amazing, yeah, very useful. Like the self-tapper holes that I have on the bumper, we could use that. I got a wedgie, sorry. We can use those exact holes and we can put clecos through them and we can cleco the rear cross member in place. We could do either one. I have tech screws, self-tappers, and I have clecos. You could do either. Clecos get really useful if you're like doing a quarter panel, right? They get real useful if you're doing something like that and you have a lot. You have to really make sure that it's in place. You'd use a lot of clecos. You got to drill a lot of holes, but whatever. You can just zap up the holes with the welder later. They're one of the handiest sheet metal tools ever made, yeah. Aircraft maintenance depends heavily on them. Yeah, exactly, because a lot aircraft parts are still riveted. So if you're trying to take a panel off and replace a panel, then you can use the clecos to hold it in place. So we got to fix this. This isn't exactly true. It's not perfectly straight. I'm not sure how we're going to bend that thing right back into position. You know what? Let me try the clamps. Give them the clamps. See if the Craig clamp can smooth it out. This might do it. No, it doesn't fit. Ain't gonna fit like that. How are we gonna get that nice and smooth? For whatever reason, I may have hit it with a hammer or something and messed it up. So it's a little bent from when I first welded it in. I mean, it might not be that big of a deal, but if we have to butt the plate up against this thing, I don't want a gap in there either. Okay, all right, I got something. Well, yeah, I don't know. Blowtorch bend it. Yeah, we could torch it, heat it up, and put a backer against it and just hammer it a couple of times. That's probably a good idea. We should do that. All right. Let me get my torch. The weird thing about drilling holes in metal and bolting them together is at first it's boring, but then it's riveting. You're sorry. Yeah, you should be. You should be after that. All right. Let's put some heat into this thing. The smoke is just paint burning off. Bits. Pun tax, thank you. All right, let me get my hammer and dolly. Probably should have done that before we started heating it, but that's okay. Actually, we can use the old brass hammer. Boop, boop, boop. Nah, that's too big. I need the smaller dolly. I need a smaller hammer. Probably should have done this before we put the damn perch in, but once again, just that's my mistake, not anybody else's. You know what? I got a better solution for doing this. I just thought of a better way. I'm going to drill my holes, right? I'll drill the holes through, and then what we can do, I'll get a bolt that'll go through the holes that I drilled, right? If we put a spacer or a washer in here, and then we put a nut on the other side and we tighten it, it'll get everything nice and true for us. Or I could just put this in here, tighten the damn thing, and it'll end up sandwiching it in there. And that'll get everything nice and square. That's a good idea. I'm glad I thought of it. Let's do it. I like that idea better. That's going to basically pull for me. It's going to make that a lot easier. Yeah, so I'll put the torch away. I hear Peter Gabriel taking up some brain real estate. Yep. You can have an airplane with clecos. Sorry. I wanna be the wedge person. Dun, dun, dun. Like, you know, sensors. All right, so how are we going to do this without bending it like crazy? There we go. That's what I'm looking for. When we initially drill the holes, I'll put this here, and that should keep us from like bending anything out of the way. Just, I'll go at it from this side, drill through the wood. Yeah, that should keep everything nice. We could even clamp up against the wood, dude, and that'll pull it in. This is just a spare bit of 2x4 that I have left over from another project. All right, we got to punch the metal. Let me get my metal punch out. I also need to hydrate. We need to hydrate for a second. Dude, I feel like I'm swimming right now because it's so damn humid. But I guess, I don't know. Would you prefer this to winter? I don't know. You know, like, maybe, yeah. I just got to find a piece of hardware that's going to work here. got some nuts and bolts here that should do us right. And dropped something. There we go. I got a washer for it. And then we need a nut. I know that the camera, I can still see you guys over there. Give me 1 second. All my hardware is up against the wall here, and I don't, there we go. It's all on the pegboard over here, and I gotta make sure that I have the right hardware. So I'm gonna drill 2 holes through there, through the frame, right? And the holes will go right through the wood, right? And this is a flanged bolt. I mean, I could find a washer that goes onto the flanged part to make sure that it doesn't bend the other side. Oh, that one actually fits. This one does not. Why doesn't this one not fit? So I need a washer here, we need a washer here, and then I need a nut to close it. The washers should get everything nice and true. That makes it so, you know, the parts that we have drying over there in our fantastic paint booth, right? Those ones, I don't think that's the right thread. It's close. When we go to put them on, they'll have something nice and flat to butt up against. Why not just put the board in the middle and 2 pieces of metal on either side, on the outside? Just tighten it till it's to the shape. Kendry, I have to drill holes to plug weld the pieces that I just made. So if I'm drilling the holes, this is an easy way to do it. It'll get everything right in line. That's all. That was my thought process behind that. On the right side, your driveway isn't a skating rink. Oh my God, dude. That was so bad. Concern, are you sure you're gonna get plastic deformation on metal instead of elastic deformation? Is it gonna spring back to being bent? If we heat it, no. There we go. I got something that's right. So this is gonna be on the outside of the frame rail. This will be on the other side of the frame rail, and we can just tighten this thing up and it'll, if I have the board in the center, it'll just clamp the metal up against it. Well, Flykin, we heated the metal. We could heat the metal again before we do it. If we heat the metal, it'll take the stress out of it. That one fit? Nope, ain't gonna fit. Won't fit that. Ain't gonna fit like that. Perfect. Now I just got to find 2 more washers to do this. Yeah, dude, I forgot about the skating rink. That was terrible. Oh my goodness. That was so bad. An ice dam. My house is on a hill, so I had an ice dam around my house. It did a lot of, that's a lot of damage. Did a good amount of damage. I had to get an excavator in here to fix it in the springtime, which really sucked. There we go. There we go. We got 2 of what we need. Now we got to drill those holes. My safety glasses on. Whoop. Let's do this. Oh yeah, we got to punch the hole. That's right. That would probably help. Okay. one. You know what? I'm just going to lower that mark down a little bit. Cool. All right, piece of wood is in place. And I actually, Kendry, I like your idea of clamping this just initially while I drill the holes. That's actually a good idea. Just to make sure that that 2x4 doesn't move. You know, I'll clamp on the bottom to drill the top hole, and top hole for the bottom. You get what I'm trying to say. Okay, let's drill. Let me make sure the bit is right for the bolt. Yep. Cool. I need the light over here, guys, so I can see the punch hole. So, light's gonna be in your face. Sorry about the washed out shot. That's me. Into the wood. Got it. Excellent. Nice. Cool. When the car is done, the next project you should step up your fabrication and welding and try to make a set of headers. Yeah. I've already made exhaust before, but I haven't made headers. I'm not sure I'm smart enough to do that, but I'd be up for the challenge, dude. Let me get a wrench. Probably would have been a good idea to see what this is before I did this. I definitely have a wrench. I just gotta find the right one. 5/8, maybe 5/8. Hello? Nope, smaller than 5/8, but bigger than 13 mil. Okay, let's try 14 millimeter. It's most likely a metric bolt. Nope, bigger than 14. 15 millimeter. Maybe we tried that. Fine, Peter. Go ahead, show me your leadership capabilities. Yep, 15 mil. Okay. Now what's the other side? Is the other side 15 millimeter? Nope, smaller. Huh. The other side 14? Yep. 15 and 14. All right, so let me get... Let me get this, and yeah, we're gonna send it. So I have a 14 millimeter socket, and we're gonna hook it to this bad boy. This will work. Yep. Yep, that's doing it. It is bending that straight, that's for sure. Okay. Let's drill the other hole. Oh my goodness, that brought that thing in real good. It may have bent the washer just a smidge. But the part that matters is good. Yeah, good, good. I just want the parts where I'm going to plug weld it. That needs to be nice and strong. Okay, next. So this frame rail, when I replaced this piece, it was out of whack a little bit. So I'm using a bolt to kind of tie it back in together. Are you making the coronet into a woody? Oh yeah, yeah. This 2x4 is really going to add a lot of structural integrity to the. No, it's not. All right, lower hole. I think I'm in a knot in the wood. Uh-oh, that is not good. Cool. The pine smells great. It smells great, but yeah, it's not. I mean, we're not in a wood shop, but the pine does smell great. It does smell very, very yummy. Well, you know what I mean. Yep. Now it's straight. Yeah, that worked. She is very, very straight. Look at that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. Hey, Baba. Hi, Forrest. Forrest, why did this happen, Forrest? Oh, man. I did not see that coming. Did they specifically engineer those rails to be the width of a 2x4? I don't think so. I think it's just a coincidence. But yeah, that's working really well. There. Sweet. Okay, let's undo this. Ugh. Uh-oh. Come on. Do I want to know how that just happened, or am I just an idiot? I'm not sure how that came to be doing that, but that's not what that's supposed to do at all. What the frick, dude? How did that do that? I can't say that I've ever had that happen to me. Ever. That's certainly strange. Yep. See, that's what should have happened. What the bottom one did is what should have happened. How did that do that? How did that bend? I don't get it. That's not something I've had happen to me. That's weird, man. That bolt bent like 90 degrees. Well, not 90, like 45 degrees, man. That's weird, dude. Buttercup! No, not butter stuff. Butternuts. Dude. How did it bend? Give me the damn death wheel. I don't have time for that. Are you kidding? What the hell? Really? Like... Chad, I got nothing. I've never seen that happen before. I've never seen a nut bind up on a thread. That is the strangest freaking thing. Well, it's going to be easier to get the cutoff wheel. Oh, man. It's not going to be... There's really no easy spot for this. Holy balls, dude. Good part is that the frame rail is nice. It's nice and true. The bad part is how the frick am I going to get this bolt out? Oh. Oh. Nice. It broke. Excellent. I've never seen that happen. How does that happen from just taking this thing out? Whatever. Maybe I stretched it. Maybe we stretched it too hard, sent it too hard with the impact gun. Probably. Whatever. No problem. No problem. See? That wood was a pretty good template. That was excellent. That really worked. Now it's nice and straight. Yeah. I mean, it still kinks out just a little bit, but it's not nearly as bad as it was. Maybe it heated up and got weak. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. It sheared against the rail because it was off center after being bent. Yeah, something like that. Just tuning in, adding wood to the coronet, bold choice. I used it as a template to true up the frame rail, dude. Now I'll just get in there and just, yeah, boy. Hello, South Park Elementary. All right, let's go see if our brackets are dry. Yeah, dude. The inside of those look real good. All right, so where do these pieces go? That's right, they go in the square hole. So this sucker, this one goes right here, and that one goes right there. Yeah, much better. Much, much better. Score. Yeah, these, yeah, oh, so much nicer. Okay, now we got to figure out where these things live up against the cross member that's going to be here. So we have our self-tapper holes, and let me get the clecos out, and we'll put the rear cross member back on. And then, well, we can self-tapper this thing into place for now before we burn it in, and make sure that everything is nice and aligned, because we still have to do tabs on the top here. You got to do a tab like this one. See that tab right there? You got to do that. Maybe he heated up. He definitely over-torqued that G2 bolt. Yeah, most likely. I mean, I sent it with the impact gun, but yeah. Did you know that China and Japan are actually different countries? Oh, really? Attention, Porter, attention students. Today, we're going to be talking about the diversity of Asian people, okay? Now, to learn more about this, let me introduce Mr. Tuan Liu Kim and Mr. Junichi Takayama. Hello, South Park Elementary! Thank you, Porter, for getting it. Because if somebody out there that didn't get it, people would just be like, what is this? This guy is a little tapped. And you know, you're not wrong, but you say it. We're going to learn today about the diversity of Asian people, okay? Clean out the holes? Yeah, good idea. Let me take my two brackets, put the two brackets down on the table. I'm going to put the nuts and bolts box back over here. How are we all faring? Yeah, boy! I love that show. The show makes me so happy. One of my favorite video clips is him doing the voice acting of that scene. Did you hear about that? We're living in the tween times? Yeah, it's a period of 2009 and 2013. So there's this guy down at the bowling alley. His name calls himself Steamy Ray Vaughan. He just gets up on stage and strums a guitar and he craps his pants. He just gets up there, strums a guitar, and he just craps his pants like it's going out of style. All right, let me get the file out.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
There was a man on a boat with a pack of cigarettes but nothing to light 'em with. So the man took one of the cigarettes and threw it overboard, and the entire boat because a cigarette lighter.
Okay. Hey, Chief. What's up, dude? How goes the work? Actually, pretty good today. We're doing all right. I'm just finishing up the frame rail ends here, and I have my pieces for the back to make the back tabs to go to the cross member. So that piece goes there, and then this sucker goes right there. I just gotta figure out how forward or back that piece needs to go to get that right. Because, Chief, what's gonna happen is, so see this slot piece right here? That's where the bumper is going to end up, one of the bumper brackets. And what I need to do is I need to figure out where this piece goes, because the other bumper bracket hole is going to be in that tab. So we got to drill and slot something in there. I'm not sure how I'm going to do that, but I have a Dremel and a drill. We'll figure it out. So I think Streamlabs didn't like the username you put in. Yeah. Hi, Geeson. You're getting the hang of this. I'm getting better. All right, so let me get the clecos out and the crossmember, and we'll put the crossmember right back where it needs to go. So see, I have a little mark, little hole right there. And what we're going to do to figure out where this needs to go, take this, load the cleco, put the cleco through the hole, put it through that hole, and then let it fly. And now that's in position. Now I do the same thing over here. I love clecos. These things are super useful. See? Now it's back in the exact spot that it was. Let me just measure with the level. Still good. Yep. Now what we do is I take these and we can push them up. We push them up against the back of the frame, back of the cross member here, right? Push them up the back like that. And now we'll know where these pieces need to live to extend all the way back. A couple of things we have to do though. Note that where I did my clecos, I only did it at the top. That gives me some play like this. I can rock this thing. Because what I need to do, I need to put that there. And this side still needs to go up just a little bit. And cool thing is that you can just bend it up. Excuse me. You can just kind of bend this around a little bit. Now I'm going to take this level, I'm going to put it right here, and I'm going to put us in a position where I know this rear cross member is perfectly straight up. That side just needs to be brought up just a little bit. And then that right there is basically where this sucker needs to stay. Cool. All right, just a little bit of finesse in here and we should get this right. Clamp it to the board, then mark the rail. Well, yeah, Engineer, okay. So what I'm thinking is maybe we should build the other frame rail first before we kind of zap all that into position. I was just thinking about this. Like, we can get that aligned. That ain't no problem. But I really got to make sure that this piece is perfectly straight up and down. It can't be like tilted back or tilted forward. And I have to get it right on the dang level. It's pretty damn close. So we might want to self-tapper another hole in here. If we self-tapper another hole and put it up against that flange plate on both sides, then it should be, that thing should be really straight. It's actually, we're actually pretty good on the level. We have 1/8 inch tolerance, I believe, Dean. It doesn't have to be exact, but if I'm here, I can get it to within like 1/16 of an inch tolerance, and that would be really good. That means the car would track better than it did from the damn factory. And when we did take it apart, we did find stuff crooked. So what I think I want to do is I want to make sure I get the rear cross member perfectly straight, right? We got to get that perfectly straight. And then what I can do, here, I'll show you. Look, I got this pretty clear in my head. This thing needs to be level this way. And then I need one more level. Do I have another one? I need one more. I know I have another one. I just got to find it. Oh, there it is. Excellent. Perfect. All right, so I can swap this level out. We can put this one right here to make sure that we're true. And then we could drop that one. Make sure you do that. That's important. It's not like it's a precise tool for measuring or anything. So between the leaf spring perches, the rear cross member on 2 axis, we should be able to get this right. And if I can get that level right, this level right, and that level right, we pop the hole in, drop the level, and once everything is nice and true here, dude, then what I can do, self-tapper the bracket to the cross member. Self-tapper both of them to the cross member. That'll give us the holes that we can eventually use for plug welding, right? And it will also attach these to the cross member so I can locate them for where they need to be plug welded into the frame rail. If I level everything here, that should get me the right tabs and bracket. Like that should make everything nice and square. Am I thinking about that right? So if I get this thing perfectly upright, if we get it perfectly vertical, right? And we get it perfectly horizontal, and then we self-tapper another hole in here, right? That'll give me basically the 3D space where those need to go. What are you asking over there? Sorry, I see a little bit of a paragraph. Is there a way you can hold the rails in place? Jack stands and a 2x4 to get a little load on them. Why would I need load on them? So, yeah, I guess, but here, let me finish this, getting this right in my head. We won't plug weld these in place until we got this part of the frame remade. So I'm going to set level everything, self-tapper the brackets, more or less in the spaces that they need to be here, the frame rail tabs, right? We self-tapper that to the cross member, right? Don't plug weld it here. And then we make up the other side, and then we basically level and measure everything again. And then we'll be good. I don't know why you want to put load on this, Hellfish. So what's the idea behind that, dude? Couchy, yeah, do that. Yeah, exactly, man. Just enough to hold it in place. Yeah, okay. I don't have a jack stand that goes up that high. Believe me, I would have done it already. And that's basically what we should have done from the start. I shouldn't have jacked the car up this high up off the ground. And we should have put the rear leaf spray, we should have put the rear frame rails on jacks and then made sure the car was leveled from there, but it's okay. I can get the jack in a 2x4 to hold it up. It doesn't need to go up much. The other thing I need to do is, because I'm using 3 levels and this one is non-magnetic, I need to find a way to hold this damn thing in place. Quick. To the tape, to the painter's tape. Give him the clamps. That thing? How am I going to clamp that? Oh, I can see. Yeah, Alex, that's a good idea. I see how we can do that. I can take the clamp, and we have a little bit of a flange right here, and we can. Oh, baby. Oh, come on. There's no way that's holding. Nah, that's not going to work. This is a good idea, though. Where's my painter's tape? Where's my dang old painter's tape, boy? Oh, there it is. I found it. We're going to go over here. We're going to grab a little bit of painter's tape, and we're going to make sure that we tape that damn thing into position. Clamp it with the top side. I don't think I have a clamp that wide, Chief. I need to, I'm fully acknowledging, though, that I need to update my clamp game. My clamping game is weak. That will work. I just need it to stay there. And just painter's tape is good enough. Okay. So Hellfish, I mean, the way I'm looking at this needs to go in this way, and then this side needs to go up. I'm afraid when I drilled it, I may have off-centered it a little bit. So what I'm doing is I'm measuring the pitch, I guess, on this. I'm measuring the yaw by making sure it's square. And we're also measuring the roll with the level. The roll needs to be perfect. It needs to be basically at 0, because if we don't put it at 0, nothing else is going to align. The point is, though, is that we're close, which is good. We're close to getting it right. This side needs to go up just a little bit. Here, let me bring you guys in. I'll show you the levels. I'll show you the da-na-na, da-na-na, da-na-na-na, ba-na-na-na-na. All right, so this is the center level. So that's our roll axis for the vehicle, right? See that? We're a little bit off. That is the pitch. That level right there is the pitch axis. See, we can move this. That needs to go this way just a little bit. Easy. That's no problem. In fact, I'm pretty sure if we clamp this up against here, that brings it into alignment. That's pretty damn good. And then I have my leaf springs up there. That one needs to stay true the whole time. I think between those 3 measurements, we should be good. To be fair, you're also planning on having a lift. Sometimes I have to go pee-pee. Yeah. Have to go pee-pee like I never had before because I went to Taco Bell. I think those are the lyrics, right? Oh. Dude, Jared Isaacman responded to you. Oh, yeah? What'd he say? You said to Jared Isaacman, here's hoping you can actually get that F-14 you want. And he said, I don't need it. The people do. The return of the Tomcat in a naval aviation legacy flight would be the most widely attended and patriotic air show in decades. Big boost for recruiting. Happy to fund the effort. Hellfish, all I'm saying is that's a good idea. What I'm also saying is that, you know, the F-14 is a two-seater. You have a pilot and then you have a Rio behind him. Is it a Wizzo or a Rio on that? I think it's a Rio on an F4. Doesn't matter. You got two seats. You got a Rio. Okay. All right. So you have two seats on an F-14. Look, all I'm saying is that if you call up Tom Cruise and you put him in the Rio seat on a reflight of an F-14, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying, I think, you know in Fallout, the meme where it's like, everybody like that. I'm pretty sure that that would go over well with everyone. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm here, EJ wants to ride. No, not me. No, I don't need to do that. I don't need to do that. Just Tom Cruise does, though. And maybe Miles Teller now at this point. Like, that's, and maybe Anthony Edwards, too. There's potential in this idea. It needs to happen. Yep, it needs to happen. Yep. Yeah, that's a good idea. We should do that. You could make it a DO, drone and systems operator in a Super Tomcat. Summer car special. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's life. All right, so what I think we need to do is the cross member is a little bit low on this side. What's going to get us aligned here? Okay. Oh man, this is so much damn measuring. Okay. Cool. All right, so I've almost got that pretty much aligned. It's pretty damn close. I might need to undo that cleco on the right and reposition this, because what I'm noticing is if I make adjustment to this, we're throwing the level for the leaf spring perches, we're throwing it out of whack. Which means we're not perfectly square, it's like this, which means this needs to move. All right. It's a little bit down over here. It's a little low, just a smidge. It's really not bad. What I think I'll do is when we drill the self-tapper hole over here, I'll just push it up and into position and get that to go right. That's pretty damn level, guys. The bubble for that level is just a smidge that way, maybe by like a 64th of an inch to the left. But top down with the gray level, we're good. And then the black level in the back is also fine. Like, I don't know if you guys can see. I have one level here, one level there, one level there. That's measuring the leaf springs back there. This one is the rear cross member, and that one is the rear cross member pitch. This is rear cross member roll. Imagine combat hackers. I mean, yeah. Yes, I can imagine that, yes. Did Rook get himself an F-14? No, Rarest, a viewer over in the YouTube chat, Hellfish, was talking to him on X, and he's like, yeah, I need to buy one. Happy to fund the effort. That's pretty sick, man. Killer. All right. I'm going to drill another self-tapper over here. Let me get my drill. And then there was this drill. And then she said, no way. Chicken or meatloaf? Chicken. Hold on. Move my hand. It's going through the second part of the back plate of the bracket that's getting me here. There we go. Oh, baby. Take a look at this. Oh, yeah. Just a little bit there. What about that one? That one's good. What about that one? That one is just a little bit off. So we're not like perfectly true level square, but that's damn close. That's good, man. Real good. Yeah, you're all in. I think everybody, I don't think there's a soul that would hate that, Rarest. Like, ain't no one gonna call that like a waste of money. You know what I mean? Like, anybody that has a say or a point of view that has anything to do with flying, like, would really appreciate that, right? Like, all right, man. Is it just me or does the other rail look high? I think that might just be perspective. Here, let me pull you guys back here so I can show you what I see. Here, you can go even higher. Now, It's going to look like this is further that way because the crappy patch panel for the left quarter is still attached, and I took that one off. What you really got to do is look relative to the trunk, the wheel arches, and the rails, the trunk rails. Because I got you guys pretty much down the center line of the car here. Here. What do you think? Oh, camera is not, it's not entirely turned. That should be right. Yeah, Couchy, it looks a little screwed up because the patch panel. There should be, like, look to right here. See this piece? That's where the bottom of this should be. And it's actually pretty damn straight. I'm right behind the camera. Let me just reposition. Yeah, man, that's really good. It's a little weird, and we know it's a little weird, but it's pretty close. That's close enough for this car. Does chat get a say in what you eat? No. It's pretty close, man. That's really straight. I'm pretty happy that we got this friggin' close the way it is, man. Let me just double check my levels again. Yeah, she's good. That's perfect. Oh, man. Dude, this thing might even track straighter than it ever would have come from the factory, dude. That's pretty damn good. We're definitely within a 16th. I mean, 1/8 inch tolerance is what the factory manual calls for. We are well within that. Like, well within 1/8. That's pretty good, man. Still think putting a good work light on the tripod camera will give you both more light and will improve our view by making you aware of what we can see. Yeah, you know, I was planning on doing a bunch of upgrades to the streaming setup and making it so this place doesn't turn into a freaking oven when I work in here during the summer. You know, all those, you know, recommendations that people have for like heat pumps and whatnot. I wanted to do all that. I got stuck in Vegas. That's what I mean when, you know, people been asking me like, hey, you know, how's your vacation? And I'm like, it's all right. Is there still a piece missing on the left side? Yes, Jeff. Maybe turn it into a stream? Nah, I'm good. Yeah, there's Jeff, there's a piece that's supposed to look like this, right? It's supposed to look like that. This piece goes right here. That's where that's supposed to go. I got to make that piece still. You know, we're getting to the point where everything's coalescing and it's all kind of coming back together, which is really making me happy because that looks real good, man. That looks really nice. I'm actually pretty happy with this. You know, I thought we'd be chasing frickin' making this level for a long fricking time. Yeah, baby. It's pretty good, dude. It's come out pretty good. And then, where's my tab? Where's the tab piece that we have? Here's one of them. Dude. It's pretty right. It's pretty good, man. Yep. I'm really happy today. This is great. Progress is real good. That's awesome. Okay. What did I say I was going to do next? So I think as long as this thing is level on both sides, right? I think, you know, I was thinking maybe finish the other frame rail side first, but now that I'm looking at this, we probably can just tack this thing into position. As long as I clamp this, if I clamp it up against the cross member and I know the cross member is perfectly level, right? We clamp this piece up, right? And then we could just at least throw a little tack on either side. I'm gonna mock it up. I was thinking like we could self-tapper it, but we could self-tapper it, but we could just tack it. I mean, a self-tapper might be easier to screw with later. And when I mean self-tapper, I mean self-tapping it to the frame. But I don't think I could get a piece in there to do that. And once again, we could just plug weld it. Or not plug weld it, we just tack it in with the damn welder. Because we can butt these up against this, and I know that that's the rear cross is straight. So, yeah, that's what we'll do. Let me get my old clamperinos. Yeah, Arcolex, I do need to come up with some kind of rig for this dang thing with a really high-powered light on it. There we go. Starting to look like a solid bit of the car again. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm really happy. Like, you know, for the longest time, we were just sitting there measuring, cutting, figuring out how the heck we're going to do this. And now we're actually kind of seeing the fruits of the labor here. I'm pretty damn happy. This is pretty good. We still level? Yep, we're still level. Dude. Oh. All right, let's tack them in. Guys, it looks like the right bracket from this camera angle. It looks like the right bracket's a little crooked. But the part that matters, where I drilled the holes for the plug and then we broke that bolt off, that's flat. It's just the very top. And that shows my, once again, this shows my inexperience with a metal brake. Look at this plate right here. It's straight. This is nice and straight. It's just the very top of this that's kind of bowing out a little bit. All right, so I'm gonna zap this. I'm gonna zap it right there, and we're gonna zap it right there. These pieces are perfect. Cross member is level. Are we level left to right? Yep, leaf spring purchase are level left to right. We are good to go. Let's get the welder out. I'm gonna pick up some of my tools. I gotta go get my tool. Kip, that ain't a tool, that's a dang brick. The GT500, yeah, I'm blown away. You bought me a car. Okay, stopped writing what I wanted to say. Okay, cool. Self-tapping screw will be easier to screw with later. Oh! See, what I'm worried about is that if I go to self-tapper these things right now, that they're gonna move. They might move around. We could always put the 2x4 back in though, but I'm not sure the 2x4 is going to fit in there, you know? Dude, that's awesome. It actually fits. That's great. And this tab would fit. If I make a copy of this, it would fit really well if it wasn't for that stupid bend right there. Yeah, man, I got to get better with that metal brake. That's the moral of this story. I got to get better with the brake. But we could still zap a tab in here, zap a tab in there, and we are 100% good to go. Yes, that's good. And are my tabs the right size? Well, actually, this was supposed to be a tab that was supposed to be over there, but these will do just fine. Excellent. Man, this is a lot of work, but that's okay. I mean, everybody said that. Everybody said, like, you're going to be sitting here for a long time measuring things, but that's okay. Where's your clecos? This is what they're there for. I got to drill a hole to do that. I'm just afraid of drilling a hole. Drilling a hole might bend the tab plates, the frame rail ears. Like if I could get a drill. Well, no, not really. Can't really get at it at any good angle, Aqualex. Now what we could do is we could zap it. We could self-tapper or cleco to the cross member for now. Go slow, don't push too hard, do it close to the clamp. What I would really, what I really want to do is be able to move the cross member off again. I would really like to hold these tabs in place up against the rail. I would like to have a clamp right here and a clamp right there. See what I'm talking about? The weld will burn off the paint. Ah, frick you. You're right. Yeah. What I wanted to do is just give it a quick tack right there and right there. So if we do go to do this, and then maybe like down at the bottom of the frame rail channel, when we do go to do this, we words, EJ, words. If I go to self-tapper it, at least I have the tacks holding it in place so it won't move. The back sides of those panels aren't painted. You know what? I'm just going to go with my gut. Let me get the welder out. Yeah, let me get the welder out. I'm just going to do that. We're not doing a crazy amount of welding. It's just zap those in. This day is more about fitment than anything. Okay, gas is on. How much gas we got left? Oh, 1200 psi. 12 liter per minute fuel flow rate, or gas flow rate. Just in here, like this. Get me my welding gun where the grounding clamp's already attached. So once again, just zap it there, and just give me a zap right there. It's just a tack. We're not burning this in permanently. That's why I drilled the holes on the sides for the plug welds to make sure that this thing really stays in place. I don't want to burn this completely in when my other frame rail is made out of paper right now. I don't want to do that just yet. I want to make that piece before we finish up over here and then remeasure again. Hey Isabel, what year is the car that I'm working on?
This Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
These pipes are clean.
These pipes are clean, dude. Isabel, this is a 69 Dodge Coronet. 1969. The year we went to the moon. Okie dokie. I have the gloves on. Gloves and steering wheel. I'm not putting the welding filter on the camera, so this might get a little whoopsie doopsie. Ready? Okay, there's one. And then there's two. Okay, tabs are in. They ain't moving. Shut that off. Close the gas. Sweet. Yeah, those are a little warm. Oh, my eyes! Wait. Okay. So now, let me get my drill. The drill first. Let's undo the self-tapper. And now that we self-tapper that hole, we can cleco it, because the self-tap, the self-tapper is the exact, almost the exact size that we need for the clecos, which is pretty cool. Yeah, you'd figure it around there. Yeah. Here, let me show you the high camera. So this is a 69 Coronet 500. This is a 4-door though. It's 4-door variant. I call it a crew cab. And since the Coronet and the Charger are very similar, this is a crew cab Charger. We're gonna make this thing go fast like a Charger. But in order to do that, I gotta make sure that it's not rusty. A warning would have been nice. What do you mean? I don't understand. Was that not a sufficient enough warning? Did I not? Diabetic, I'm sorry. Did I not warn you? Dude, I could have sworn I just said something. I could have sworn I said this is kind of bright, so just be advised. Did I not say that? Did I think it? If I thought it, I'm sorry, man. I'm pretty sure I said it, though. Look at my previous comment. EJ doesn't care about safety, or he's trying to blind us. I was like, what the? I did, bro. Like, what do you want from me? All right. So here, we can take the cleco. We take the cleco off here, and we take the cleco off over here. my paper frame rail flames. Yeah, okay. Now we take the clamps off here. Oh, the tack. No! Oh, balls. It didn't do it. Oh, that sucks. Okay, time to just do the same work over again. Lovely. That's real good. Now I got to measure everything again, because that tack weld wasn't good enough. That's on me. But we have clecos. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the solution. Mother trucker. You missed. You missed. I missed too. Take some shooting lessons, buddy. Now, that's the beauty of clecos, because we are nice and level again. Hi, I'm EJ. You know what I like doing? I like making more work for myself. That's my character flaw. Now, thankfully, with the clecos, it basically pinched this thing right back into position. All right, welder time again. Turn the gas on. Gas is back on, welder's back on. Welding mask is back on. Hey, diabetic, watch your eyes. All right, let me just zap it up on the back just to be sure. Can you imagine how much this would have sucked if I didn't bend that thing back into position? If we didn't bend that stupid rail back straight with the piece of wood, oh, that would have been terrible. There we go. Wait. That's not going anywhere. Got to do that part. That last part, tapping it, is important. All right, ready? Okay. Okay, yeah, that's level. We are not level over here. All right. It moved a little bit, but that's okay. We can always reposition with the clecos. I love these things. These things are super useful, dudes. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, those whole, yeah, we're not exact. It moved just a little bit. The cleco holes aren't exactly right. It's close though. The top one should be good. We can make it work with the top one. Just leave that one there. And then, you know what? I'll self-tapper that one and see if it makes up for the margin of error, because the tech screw, the self-tapper screws are a little bit bigger than what the cleco likes. So we can use the self-tappers. You could do either one. It doesn't really matter. But I think if I'm gonna do that, yeah, that self-tapper brought everything back into alignment. Cool. All right. Because the cleco, you have a little bit of play, but Trey, what's up, man? What do you got for me? Pulsar Fusion did a Hall effect thruster test, and they stated images are coming soon for hardware on their Fusion engine, with the on-orbit demo still happening in 2027. Cool. You need to get yourself some clecos. Dude, these things are mint. Just make sure you get the right drill. I have a drill index that has a number 30 bit in it, I think is what Can't See Me was telling me. But it's broken. My drill index, I broke that. Remember, drill bits are wear items, guys. They break. Why do it once when you can do it 4 times? That's right, man. Show these melon farmers how we roll. Okay, now that I know that the self-tapper brings it back into position, let's take that off and actually, before we take that off, I'm going to do one thing real quick. Let me get some paint. I need paint. What type of paint? We need a color that's bright. I need something bright. Primer, engine enamel, sandwiches. Where's my damn tractor paint? Ah, there we go. No, that's Oxford white. Never mind. Gold will work. Actually, blue. I got blue. Blue will work just fine. So why do I need blue paint? Watch this. So you see that bracket right there? This bracket, if I spray paint it with some blue, this is just blue engine enamel. If we just, right? You go do a quick pass like that. That is going to show me exactly where that bumper bracket hole needs to be. Because everything is level, right? And now that's going to show me where it needs to go. And it needs to go in the square hole. Forgive me, Mopar people, that was Ford blue. But sorry, whatever. Okay, get rid of the self-tapper. Where's my cleco wrench? Of course I put it back. Ford blue on a Mopar, oh, gee like. See? Now we have a mark. Mark. And there you go, dudes. There's the start of our tabs. Pretty cool, huh? Now, the big test. Take the bumper bracket. Does it align? Ooh! Oh, that's perfect. Very nice. That's perfect. It perfectly aligns. That's pretty good. Hey, that's pretty good. Nice. All right, I got to take pictures with my phone. Sweet. What time is it? 4:14. Oh, nice. We're making good time. Still got a little bit until space news. Dude, that is a huge load off, man. I'll tell you. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. Hey, Brimo's here. Is that Brimo and Taito? Hey, what's up?
Nothing. We went for a little walking, so I'm just going to get dinner started now. But I also have a nice question to ask you.
Okay.
The trash cans are filled with water from the rain.
Just tip them over.
Can you do it?
Yeah, I'll do it on break.
Thank you. I love you.
Love you too. Titan? Tata Bear.
Taito Bear, Daddy wants to see you.
Hi, buddy. Here, come. Hey, how you doing, buddy? Hello, my bear.
Look at this fluffy boy. He's a fluffy one. He's the fluffy.
He's like, yeah, that's nice.
I threw his poop in there because I didn't even realize.
Oh, there's the truth. It rained like crazy yesterday, and our trash cans didn't have the lids on them, so they got filled with water. And Bree threw Titan's poop in there, and now she asked me to clean it up. The truth comes out. See? See?
At least I could have just come in here and be like, can you take the trash cans in, and told you none of this. And then you would have been like, what the hell? So...
But let's be real. Me cleaning the poop out of the trash can was inevitable. See? 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 Yes, your job. Audio is not synced. All right, give me 1 second. What time should you be here for dinner? Why are you so concerned with her making dinner, Brun? You're not invited. Don't invite yourself over to somebody's house. That's weird.
I don't have enough for chat.
She doesn't have enough for you. She only has enough for me. She's my wife. Check out the name tag. You're in my world now, Grandma. All right, baby.
Are you tired, Butters?
Oh.
We didn't even go on our full walk today.
No, he's in the fan.
Alright, you want to go back out?
My wife. See ya, baby.
Bye,
Love you. When do you get puppy cuddles? When you stop making puns in my chat. So, no. So, no. Also, Taito! Hi, Brie. Bye, Brie. Dude, look at that, man. Look at that. Dude, you guys don't want to know what we started with. You want to see what that looked like when we started? Here, let me show you. I think this is the right piece. Yeah, here it is. So that's what that needs to look like. I ended up cutting it into 2 pieces. This is what was right there. That is what that needs to look like. And this was right there in its spot. That's how much frame rail was lost. Like, that's a lot. Oh, here it comes. It's going to be a rot. I should weld this back together just so I can show people. It's a good idea, actually. I like that idea. So there was like no frame rail from here back. That's why I cut it and fixed it. But look at that, dude. What a milestone. That's pretty cool. That's pretty good, man. Pretty proud of that. Don't get me wrong, it could be better, but I'm pretty damn proud. It almost looks like a car. Yeah. It was more oxide than iron. Yeah, for real. Oh, that's pretty good, dude. Now the next thing that we got to do is make the, we got to go over here like this, and we have to put this piece here. I think what I want to do though, fellas, is just put the tabs on this thing and bend them so we don't have to do the plates like over there, like what we did. So the first cardboard bracket that we made that turned out to not exactly be right, but this is more or less what we need. Let me grab it real quick. So this needs to go here, like this, and then we need to do its tabs, like that. We could probably do that all as one piece. Cool. All right. Okay, so let's start measuring up for that bracket. So just to make sure, I wanted to make sure that that mark transferred correctly. We can actually just put the other bracket back on. I'm going to use self-tappers this time, see if it comes in a little straighter. The clecos have a little bit of play, I noticed, because I don't have the right drill for them. So we'll use tappers this time around. We'll use the tappers, dude. Okay. Remember, we also have to drill a hole through the bottom of the rail. Because see this? See that piece right there? A bumper bolt. The bumper bracket is attached with 4 bolts. There's one here, there's one here, there's one there, and there's one there. We got to make sure we put a captive nut in there. Come on, you. There we go. Okay, that's one. Now we got to do the other side. I can do this. 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 Come on, line up. Line up, line up, line up. Yes. Hey, I got it almost in there. That's what she said. Wait, no. Wait, no. Good. 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 Lined. Lined. Still level. bracket wasn't being pulled flush. Now the reason why I want to put all this back in here is so I can measure. I can measure how much frame rail I need over here. That paper, that first paper bracket that we had is actually pretty good. That's actually pretty damn close. You know, if we just keep the paper there, it almost looks like it's supposed to be here. Man, that makes me happy. Cool. All right. All right, so I did end up making a prototype, but I don't think the prototype piece is going to work here. Actually, it's not enough for the tabs. Yeah, well, we can use this for other parts. Cool. Dude, we are almost to the point where we can take our bracer rail that we put in like episode 11. We're on episode 30. We're almost to the point where we can take the damn bracer rail out, which is really, really cool, man. Now I'm thinking if we make the piece, if we make the whole piece like this with the frame rail ears on it, right? We make that whole thing. What's the bending process? So can we bring, if we bend those first, right? Then we'd have to flip it over. We'd have to bend that up. So bend that one. Right, and then we could put, oh damn, this is going to be difficult. Oh, how are we going to do that? Huh. How the frame rails in the front? Oh, they're fine, Brun. Believe it or not. I mean, I haven't really looked over them in crazy detail, but they're not rusting. There's no apparent rust on the outside, dude. Yeah, freaking origami, dude. We have to... No, this has to go this way. We have to bend it with the text, all the text pieces that I made. All those have to be bent out. So that's how this needs to go. So if we bend those first, yeah, we bend those first, right? So we'd have to put it in the bend, put those out like that. And then we'd have to bend that, but how are we gonna? Yeah, we'd have to wait on one of these things. So keep that flat, bend that up, right? So bend one of the tabs first. I don't know how the hell I'm gonna do that. How are we gonna bend one of them and not the other? Or I could just keep them straight. Right? We keep them straight. We make this piece like this. Keep those like that. And then I put this damn thing in the vise. We put the tabs in the vise and then bend the whole thing. That'd work, but I don't think there's any way we're gonna put it in the metal brake after we bend it, because we're bending on multiple axes.
Huh. 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 Hmm. Guys, I might end up making this the same way as that. Rather than going through a crazy, so like if we bend the ears on this thing first, right? I need to get this into my metal brake. And we need to bend that, but we can't bend that with this thing out. That thing would have to be flat to get this bend because the sandwich would go right here. Right? And then if we want to do the other side, we'd have to flip it over and flat, bend that up, right? And now that we have it like this, it would have to be bent that way. Yeah, there's no way to do that with the metal brake without something hitting the metal brake. So I might actually make it the same way that I made that. Yeah, I'm actually probably going to do that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably how we're going to get that done. Yeah, Brun, I'm going to do this the same exact way that I did this. Yeah. We'll bend it, plate it, put it on, right? Put this in position, back plate it like we did, plug weld it. Actually, I might be, I don't know, seam welding, that's going to suck. Back plating it would probably be a good idea. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll plug weld 2 plates to the back like this, like I did here. Put that piece on. Well, I mean, I could probably seam it. It probably would be all right. But I'd prefer the back plating just because, yeah. Yeah. Actually, you know what we could do? Run you here, because since you're the only one really talking to me right now. Like, look, here's what I did. So I put the frame rail extension on before I realized that you needed to do frame rail ears, right? I did that before that, right? So why don't I just make a plate that goes all the way and then curves, right? It bridges the gap of the extension. Like, see, there's a plate here, and then I put a plate in there. See how there's 2? I could just make one freaking long plate. Just make one long plate, and then plug weld the frame rail flange to it, seam it there, seam it there, seam it on both sides, and then you have your tabs. That's really not a bad idea. I'm kind of okay with that. I mean, it is a little bit of an inefficient use of metal, but whatever. Yeah, I'm cool with that. I'm all right with that. That'll make this a lot easier. We just got to still make sure that we plug weld this whole plate. We got to drill holes here, we got to drill holes here, and then we got to drill holes here. Yeah. Yeah, that'll do it. Can you only bend it up by raising it? Yeah, I can only bend in one axis, Couchy. That's the big problem. Is the perch on the other side going to screw with anything? I mean, it's going to be hard to get the plug welds right, like back in here. That was difficult to do in the first place. But
Yeah, I can get back to about here. Actually, what I'm thinking is plug weld these plates to the extension. Like make the extension, make the plate that goes through, and then seam the outside and then seam the inside. Maybe not plug weld, because plug welding in here is gonna suck. I mean, I gotta do plug welds like, I gotta do one plug weld like right there. I mean, we could do it, like it's not a big deal. Like, and we could put the 2x4 back in there. The only thing I'm really kind of worried about is that, you know, if I'm pushing on this with a drill, it's gonna move. Everything is going to move, which, see, it's gonna move back and forth. But then again, the self-tappers are really kind of keeping everything in place. It really is not, it ain't moving too much. That's actually pretty straight, dude. Yeah. You know what? To finish off this day, that's a good idea. That's what I'll do for that. To finish off this day, I'm going to tack weld the tabs in here. See, these little tabs need to bend up and over the flange of the cross member here. I'm just going to tack weld those into position. See, this needs to go right there. And I have more. See, I have more. I gotta clean this one up. That's what I'm gonna do right now. I'll clean this up real quick on the bench grinder, and we'll get it right. That's what clamps are for. If it moves you didn't use enough, yeah. Here, get Vivitard, nerd. Yeah, I'll tack the clamps in for now. Like, let's get one side more or less mocked up and completed. Got to be careful with these little tabs here when this thing's spinning this fast. I have the glass plate in front of me if people are wondering, like, where's your safety glasses? I got the plate between my eyes and the spinny boy. Cool. Now we got 2 tabs. I just kind of ground some of the paint off of this too. This one had paint from when I was making a template mark. Yeah, just fall. Yeah, that's fine. Where are the Krag clamps? You gotta have some place to tack the damn thing.
that's the right way. So we can, after we put this in, we can cut it down to size, because one tab is just a little bit longer than the other, but that's no big deal. Local thunderstorm took out your internets. I was disconnected from the outside world. You were so scared. Nice. I think I could get a little tack in there with the welder. That should be fine. Let me get the gloves on. Welding flashing warning. I don't have the weld filter on the camera. Gas is on. Welder on. Grounding strap's already on. All right. Safety squints, chat. Safety squints. I blew through. I friggin' blew through. I'm not supposed to blow through. Dang it. Oh, don't do this to me. Not after we had a good day. Get the other tab out of the way for a second. Got it. Cool. That's one. I can't get the clamp in there, so we're gonna have to get creative here. Didn't like that. It didn't like that one. We didn't make a good connection. Got it. Hang on, that one left a lot of schmutz. Give me one sec. That ain't going nowhere. There we go. Nice. All right, let's take that off and see what it looks like. Take the cross member off. See if it's still good. Make sure to weld the clamp for extra support. Yeah, that's what I was worried about, dude. That's why I blew through on the inside of the rail there for a second. I was like, no, don't hit the clamp. All right. There you go. Yeah, they're kind of hot, idiot. Wait, what? Really? We didn't really get good pen. We got good pen over there, not so much on this side. I'm gonna have to zap it from the bottom. But those are tacked up. Perfect. And then I can get in here with the cutoff wheel and make this look nice. That's what that's supposed to look like from the factory, give or take. Pretty good. All right. A couple more things we got to do, and then I think we're good. What time is it? We'll work on building the rest of the frame rail. I don't know. When do you guys want to work on the car again? I kind of want to go back to playing Kerbal tomorrow. But I might be able to get up in the morning and work on the car in the morning and then Kerbal, you know? It's important to me to make forward progress on this thing. Work on car always. All right. Let me make sure it's good with Bree, but we will work on the car tomorrow. I'll work on it in the morning, and then we'll start Kerbal at noontime. We'll do a nice long day tomorrow. The next thing I want to do is I'm going to hammer this bracket back down. Let me get my metal bender 5000. Okay. Now we just been persuaded. Cool. Got all of our tabs. That one's a little bent, but it's okay. I'll bend it straight in a little bit. Oh man, is that good progress or what? That's pretty sweet, man. Car's cool in the morning, KSP when it gets hot. That's what I'm thinking, dude. Did very good today. That alignment is spiffy. Thank you. Thank you. I was thinking about it all vacation, dude. This looks nothing like it did. What did you do? What do you mean? Replaced a lot of parts. What time is it? 4:48. Yeah, good times. All right. That looks pretty good, man. It looks pretty decent. I'm not too happy with this. I gotta use the metal bender to straighten that thing out. But it is pretty much in the spot that it needs to be in. I gotta do that with the bottom bracket so it hugs the leaf spring mount correctly. We got to do a captive nut inside of the frame rail for the bumper bolts. So I got to get the right nut and bolt Might be a little challenging. Most of the bumper bolts I did break off. We did break off those. Might need a new bumper hardware kit. But hey, it is what it is. I was attempting to be sarcastic and failed. It looks great. All good, man. I got you. Yeah, we'll do a car in the morning. So yeah, this is one of the original bumper bolts. This was one of the bumper bolts that I actually managed to save. This needs to go down in there. The reason why is because the bumper bracket picks up on it. Let me show you how this is all supposed to go together in the end. So this piece, this is the bumper reinforcement. That needs to go right there. And then the bracket needs to go right there. And then this is what holds the rear bumper in position. Nothing is lining up right now because I still have to bang some pieces into position, but that's the general idea. Nice, not bad. We're actually getting to the point where we can actually make stuff, like add pieces to this. And then eventually, this is the crossmember extension. The crossmember extension goes like this, and it actually picks up like that. That piece goes maybe it's this one. That fits somehow. I got to get the trunk extensions in before we put those pieces in. That's what they pick up off of. But all right, so yeah, that's gonna do it for now. So tomorrow we'll fix that frame rail over there, and then maybe we can actually burn that damn cross member back in. Man, this took a lot longer than I thought it did, dudes. It took a lot longer than I thought it was going to. But look at the damn progress, dude. That's pretty good. Pretty good, man. We rebuild this. We got a whole new subframe for this damn car. After we burn the cross member in, and we get all this situated, then I'll do the trunk. We'll do the trunk cross member. And then we might be ready for the trunk pan, dude. Clecos and self-tappers are gonna really save us with that damn trunk pan. That thing's gonna suck to put in. And then I think for the other, when we do the extension on the other side, I think we can keep the tabs on there. Dude, we might actually get to the point where we put that stupid trunk in. That's rapidly approaching. Man, did this take a long time. But, dude, when it gets to the point where we can cut our bracer bar out here, the one that I originally put in, oh, man, that's going to be really cool. And then there's a couple of other superfluous things that I need to do. I need to fill in some of these spot weld holes that I drilled through. There's not many of them. Then we need to, I got a flap disc down this so these flanges are nice and flat. And then trunk pan should just zip right in, dude. She should just zip right in. Damn, that makes me happy. All right, dudes. I'm going to leave everything right where it is. Take more progress pictures. Killer. Excellent. So we'll mock up, we'll build out that piece and tack everything into position, mock everything up, and then start burning it in. Let's just put tomorrow early stream to just build that frame rail out. I don't think I'm doing anything tomorrow. Pretty sure I should be good. Nice, man. Sorry, I'm just, I should go on break. I should go eat, but I'm looking at it, man. You know what I mean? You look at it, you're like, dang, man, that's pretty good. Nice work. Thanks, boys. Thank you. I'm getting there. You're building, you know, when you do something like this and you start to get better at it, you build up, you know, or you do it more, you build up confidence. And I'm building it up. I'm pretty, like, dude, I blew through one of the tack welds, but that's it. All right, so schedule permitting, guys, I'm gonna be here tomorrow and we'll finish tomorrow morning, and we'll finish that left frame rail. I think, I don't know, 9? 9 should be good, which means that summer car after hours is only gonna go till about 11. That gives me enough time to go, eat, and then sleep. So we'll work on the car in the morning, and then Kerbal, and then Space News tomorrow, I think. And then I don't know what we do for after hours. I have a hard out at 11 on Thursday too, so cool. All right, man. It's almost 5 o'clock, guys. So I'm gonna start up Space News at 1:30. You guys know the drill. And yeah, we'll see what's going on in the space world today. Don't forget, today is summer car. So I worked on my summer car in real life, and we're gonna play my summer car later. If the Space News is kind of slow, I'm probably gonna start it earlier because we have a hard out at 11. So maybe I'll just come back and play summer car. I don't know. What do you guys think? I'm gonna come back and play MSC? Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do that. Leon, when you're making something, you spend more time looking at your accomplishments versus actually doing it. Yeah, I hear you. All right. I'll come back. We'll do a Space News tomorrow. Guys, the cycle is super slow right now. It always slows down a lot at the beginning of the summer, and it slows down a lot at the end of the year. Like every 6 months, there's kind of a deep breath. And yeah. All right. Sata kipine. All right, so stay tuned. I will be back. You guys know the drill on YouTube. I'm Jog the VOD. I will be back for my summer car in about 30 minutes. Laurent Mekies takes over CEO duties at Red Bull with immediate effect. Interesting. Nice meal. Cool. I'll be back in a second. Then we summer card. We sata kipine. Stand by for loss of signal from the garage as expected.